Shut up. Hello. Hi. Sorry. I made a new little Hi. Sorry. I made a little new box. I also did something else that we will see in a second once I switch over and turn on the sounds, because I have sounds off and I'm temporarily. Hold on. Oh wait, hold on. I forgot to do something else as well. Hopefully, please connect. Are you connected? Yes. Okay. All right. It's a little crusty, but I think it looks good for the most part. Ta-da! I have a little background now. And as you can see, Kirby is flying in the back. Yeah! I've been meaning to make one for a while. I just couldn't decide on what to do for the background. But I like how this looks. Thank you! Thank you! Ah! I'm excited that it turned out okay. Your mom left me good and hard to my door! Ah! But yeah, let's play the game. Sorry. Where we last left off, Ryunosuke and Susato took the case of Soseki Natsume for a crime he did not commit. And we're trying to talk to Sherlock Holmes, but instead we're talking to Iris, which is like, I'm gonna say like surrogate, not surrogate, but like adoptive daughter, question mark, floating among the stars with Kirby. That's right. But anyway, let's get right into it. Let me know if the audio is okay. Oh gosh, it's a little loud on my end. Hold on. You're gonna hear a bloom. Ah! What the? Loka! Loka, thank you for subscribing for 4 months. Blip. The game is a little small. Hold on, let me resize it just a little bit. Just a little. Don't cover Kirby. There we go. That's better. There we go. That's a little better. Wilson. Yeah, her name is Iris Wilson. Oh yes, there's something I must ask you. Of course. Go ahead, Susie. I am a very great fan of the adventures of Sherlock Holmes, and... Oh, you have a copy of Rand's magazine? Yes, I read every issue. It's delivered all the way to Japan on a ship. Oh, this is so exciting. My stories are being read on the other side of the world. My stories? That's right. Hanny is always solving such amazing cases, you see, and he tells me all about them. They really are quite fascinating. It would be a shame if I was the only one who ever heard them, don't you think? Oh, she does the pose. Goodness! Last night, he was telling me all about a new case he just solved on a steamship traveling from a faraway land. So I was just in the middle of typing up the manuscript for the next issue before you came. So you are the author? Yes, I'll let you in on a secret if you like. I'm going to call this latest adventure The Speckled Band.
The Speckled Band? That's certainly very familiar.
Of course, I always change one or two details in the stories here and there. This time, I had the idea of making a venomous snake be the cause of all the trouble.
Oh! That was Mr. Shulman's first thought as well, actually.
Yes, and of course, I know that a snake might not be a credible fit for the facts of the case exactly, but it's a story. Some poetic license is justified to make it more thrilling, I think, don't you? So, do you mean to say, are the stories about Mr. Shulman that are published in Rand's magazine all written by me? Yes, on my wonderful and very modern typewriter. But all the stories I've ever read are written by a doctor of medicine, a Mr. John H. Wilson.
Sato-san's getting more and more worked up.
Yes, that's me. I mean, my name really is Wilson. But what about the doctor of medicine part? That's all true too. I am a doctor of medicine. What?
No, at 10 years old?
At 10 years old.
Well, that's quite incredible.
But, she's crying. Dr. Wilson is an English gentleman. Yes. I did alter the setting slightly for the stories to be more compelling. Oh!
10-year-old. 10-year-old doctor.
Well, it sounds a little strange, doesn't it? A great detective with a 10-year-old girl in tow. I suppose it does, yes.
Poor Sato-san. She looks like her whole world has just fallen apart. About before.
Yes. What's on your mind, Bruno? Do tell me.
How did you know that I was a lawyer and we just arrived in London, I mean?
Yes. Oh, and that we have a difficult trial tomorrow. How did you know all that?
A weird glitchy thing on the left of the screen? What do you mean? Oh, that's probably because I'm moving the box. Oh, wait. Yeah, I think I know why that's happening. Hold on. Yeah, it's because I'm moving the box, like the game around a bit. Sorry. Sorry about that. I'll stop.
Let me just do this then.
There you go. It should be gone now, I think. Hopefully, maybe, surely. But yeah, it's because I was moving. I was moving the game around. Okay, sorry about that. It should be gone now.
Please tell us how you did it. Explain every detail.
Meow. There she goes, explaining every detail.
Of course, I'd be delighted. Although there's really no mystery. Now, let's begin.
Whoa.
Iris Wilson is proud to present her Logic and Reasoning Spectacular.
Oh!
First of all, I knew already that you were a lawyer, Runo. After all, I met you yesterday at the Old Bailey in the defendant's antechamber.
But you also said that we'd only just arrived in London. How did you know that?
I observed a passport and travel ticket protruding from your breast pocket.
Oh!
So, I was reasonably confident that you must have only just arrived in the country. And, on top of that, you accepted a case against that particular prosecutor,
telling me that you were unaware of London's court affairs. The Reaper of the Bailey? I walked right into that one, didn't I? Then I noticed a red ink stamp on the back of Susie's hand. You were given that when you visited the local prison to meet with the suspect, weren't you? Earlier today. They used those stamps to keep a close eye on comings and goings, you see. I didn't realize. And a red stamp is only used for people visiting foreign inmates. So, that told me that even though you had only yesterday concluded the trial of Magnus McGilded, the two of you had already had cause to visit a foreign inmate at a local prison. However, neither of you was wearing a particularly sad expression on your face. So I concluded that the prisoner was unlikely to be a friend or a relative. That led me to believe that you must have accepted a new case. I see. But how could you have known that the trial is tomorrow? Well, having barely been home a few hours yesterday, Hurley solved yet another case. It obviously amused him. He told me that he'd caught a Japanese man who was bawling and trembling. A Japanese man? Well, clearly that must have been... Mr. Natsume! Now Runa has that fancy Japanese sword. And I think your outfit is called a kimono, isn't it, Susie? Well, anyway, it was clear to me that both of you came from Japan yourselves. So I put two and two together and decided you must be defending a Japanese man Hurley caught. And there was only one conclusion those facts could lead me to. You both came here to ask Hurley about the case. Wow, she's a lot better at deduction stuff than Holmes is. There's a note on the mantelpiece that says the man's trial will be tomorrow. Hurley's is always stabbing his notes with a knife. You know, he is silly. That's a little extreme. And that's all there was to it, really. Thank you for listening. I'm Iris Wilson, and that was one of my great deductions. Maybe she should be the detective. She really should. Well, was it a winner? Were my deductions correct? They were spot on. That was amazing, Iris. Truly a great deduction. You even managed the certain something of Mr. Schoen's delivery. Oh well, I was just copying Hurley's style for that. This is really very good news. You could tell us all about the case involving the Japanese man. You will, won't you, Iris? Please? Please, Miss Iris, please. So, yesterday, Mr. Sholmes apprehended a Japanese man, you were saying? Yes. Hurley had just arrived back in London after his sea voyage, but the police were waiting for him at the railway station to take him directly to the crime scene. The great detective is a popular man, it seems. Apparently, a woman was stabbed on a quiet street somewhere in town. There were witnesses who had seen a short, shifty-looking, stooped man running away from the scene. A short, shifty-looking, stooped man. Mr. Natsume, beyond any doubt. Soseki-san said he didn't see anybody else on the street at all. But it seems there were witnesses after all. Hurley used his great detective powers to determine the man's address. It was a lodging room, very nearby. He went directly there with the police, and what did they find? A short, shifty-looking, stooped man shivering in fear. Mr. Schoen's great deduction certainly hit the mark that time. Of course it did! He's a great detective! Still, that means the incident occurred only 2 days ago. Surely tomorrow is too soon for the trial, isn't it? Definitely. We have no time to investigate properly. Hurley says that London is rife with crime. Oh. Scotland Yard is doing its best, but they can't stay on top of it, apparently. Oh dear. I hadn't realized the situation was so dire. That's why they can't afford to spend too much time investigating cases and trying the criminals in court. Staff and money are both short. Crimes are usually pinned on the first suspicious person. That's terrible! I suppose it's the harsh reality of the workings of the world's greatest justice system.
I suppose it is. But in that case, I don't hold out much hope for Soseki-san. Don't say that. Thank you for answering so many of our questions, Iris. This has been very informative.
Oh, you're most welcome. I've had so much fun.
Do you happen to know where Mr. Shones is at the moment? As you guessed, we'd like to ask him some questions about this case as well.
Well, I expect Hurley is still investigating the scene.
Of the case involving Mr. Natsume, you mean?
Yes, Mr. Natsume. Natsume. Hurley said he was going to the man's lodgings. If you leave now, you'll probably catch him there. Iris, do you know where those lodgings are? Well, I imagine the police are still investigating the scene of the crime themselves, aren't they? Did you happen to come across a detective by the name of Gregson when you were there?
Yes, we know Inspector Gregson.
Oh, goody. In that case, give Gregsy this for me, would you? If you do that, I'm sure he'll tell you what you want to know.
What is this?
A 5-shilling piece and a postcard, it seems. Eh? It reads, "Tell the gentleman in black whatever he wants to know. I trust that won't be a problem." Gosh, this will make the inspector help us, will it?
Well, thank you, Iris. We'll give it a try.
Iris is so helpful. Good luck then. I'm going to return to writing my manuscript, The Speckled Band. And I'll be making more special blends of tea, so come back again soon. We'd be delighted. Thank you so much, Iris.
What a delightful young lady.
Well, Mr. Naruhodo, it's back to the scene of the crime. Yay!
So, somewhat dubious that they would exert any influence over the men of Scotland Yard at all, we headed back to the scene with Iris's curious note and one of the world's heaviest silver coins in hand. Oh my god, we were so close to the to be continued. I should have just kept going. Oh, that's silly.
Wait, hold on. There we go.
Iris, 10 years old. Okay, give this cop a bribe from me and then he'll talk. Give her a break, man. She's 10. 19th of February. It looks like as though the police are still here, carrying on with their investigation.
Perfect. So let's find Inspector Gregson as quickly as possible.
Yes, and let's see if he'll take a break from his chips and look at the silver tip Iris gave us for him.
Eh? Ayo!
Inspector Gregson, do you have a moment?
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry to say I don't. I'm a very busy man. Much too busy to talk to a pair of fair gadabouts, that's for sure.
We have these for you.
I like his theme too.
A present from Miss Iris Wilson.
What? For me? From her ladyship?
Her ladyship?
Give that here at once! Come on, hand it over! That's for me! Ah!
Don't wait for me to give it to you, will you? What was that coin exactly?
It's a silver crown, obviously, but it's a lot more than that. It's, well, it's an appearance fee, that's what it is.
An appearance fee? Oh, I see. You mean...
That's right. For the adventures of Herlock Sholmes. Her ladyship always offers me a little financial reward for featuring me. Every time.
Yes, yes, of course. I know all about your exploits, Inspector. I read them avidly.
Of course. Her using my name without my say-so does make me the butt of a lot of unpleasant jokes, but still.
I'm sorry, Inspector. This must be difficult for you.
Never you mind that. So, what you want to know then, eh?
Sorry?
Tell the gentleman in black whatever he wants to know. I trust that won't be a problem, it says. Well, obviously it's not a problem. Go on, fire away. What you want to know?
Well, if you wouldn't mind, Inspector, we'd very much like to know the address of Mr. Natsume's lodgings.
The little knife-wielding mustache Japanese fella. He lives in a right old hovel. It's just over there. Look.
Oh, literally right there.
On the first floor of that house on the corner where that wreck of a bicycle's prepped up.
That is nearby indeed.
If I remember rightly, the landlord is a Mr. John Garrideb. Right, well, if you see her again, you make sure you give her ladyship my regards, you hear? I mean it. You tell her that Gregson sends his very best wishes.
Don't worry, Inspector, we will.
Goodbye for now, then. And long live her ladyship.
Is Iris like a princess or something?
Well, at least he told us what we wanted to know before he left.
Yes, so then, shall we go and see what we can find in Mr. Natsume's lodgings?
Definitely.
I like how he's eating fries, but he just has one whole potato in there. It's supposed to be fish and chips, I think. So it's probably fish. I mean, that's my guess. I don't think it's just a potato. I think it's fish. You know, fish and chips, mate. That's supposed to be a fish? You know, like a fried fish. Oh me, oh my, what do we have here? Maid? It doesn't look like a fish at all. What are you on, maid? I don't know. I just assume that it's fish and chips, cause that's like a thing you hear a lot in fucking London food. I don't know. That's just me guessing.
May I help you?
Oh yes. Would this be the residence of Mr. John Garrideb?
Indeed it would, sir. And who may I say is calling?
My name is Ryunosuke Naruhodo.
Mr. Naruhodo is representing Mr. Soseki Natsume. I believe he takes lodgings here?
Yet. It's a fish fry, you dolt. You troll. Yeah, that's what I said. It's a fried fish.
We would very much like to ask him some questions about our client.
Oh!
One moment, please. I shall convey the message to Mr. Garrideb.
Oh, fried fish look like potatoes to Cam confirmed. Did you see that, Mrs. Sato? That was a real-life English maid.
I know. As I understand it, anyone of standing in English society employs a number of household staff. But that was the first time I've ever seen one in the flesh. Oh, this day keeps getting better and better.
It certainly feels like we've really arrived now, doesn't it?
We need to only meet the butler and the experience will be complete.
Well, I'm not sure if I go that far, but I understand the sentiment.
Thank you for waiting. Mr. Garrideb will see you now. This way.
I like that her cheeks have jiggle physics. Whoa! Fancy, fancy! What is going on here?
Look at that enormous screen! It must have been put there deliberately, surely.
Yes, it certainly seems like someone's trying to hide something from view. What could it be behind it, I wonder?
I'm going to have a very quick look. Just a little peek.
Maybe let's not, Mrs. Sato. I think the maid is going to head us off with a cup of tea.
Let's talk to this guy. I like his whole shtick. Good day to you, John Garrideb, at your service.
Pleased to meet you, sir. This is Ryunosuke Naruhodo. He's a defense lawyer.
Do you excuse me not getting up? Take a shot to the knee a few years back in the Battle of Maiwan, don't you know? Earned a medal for my pains, but had to withdraw from service. Handed over the reins to the up-and-comings.
So he's a retired soldier.
It's a hell of a job getting up and down stairs now, I can tell you. Don't get out much, as you can imagine.
Yes, it's quite a climb here to the second floor, isn't it? I was panting at the top of the stairs. You really must take more exercise, Mr. Naruhodo.
Do you think so?
Well, Mr. Garrideb, no doubt you were very courageous to earn yourself a medal.
No, it was nothing. The medal's just a fodderall, really. Wouldn't like to offend the general, though, so I grudgingly displayed it on the wall. Why don't you fetch it down, John? Joan? Joanne? I'm gonna say John? I'm gonna say Joanne or something. Let these good people see it properly.
Ah.
Joanne. Ah! Dash it, old woman! Be careful!
Oh, dearie me, I do beg your pardon, sir.
You jolly nearly took the skin off my hands.
I shall be more careful, sir.
Great Ace Attorney cum stain. Joanne? Okay. Hi, Cooney!
So anyway, there you have it. Living the quiet life now. Yes, I see. Now then, I hear you want to know about the chap lodging downstairs, is that right?
Yes, we would be very grateful if you could answer some questions for us.
Hi, my family's back home, so I'm free! Yay! Welcome back, Cooney! Hi, 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 hi! Oh, you can hear my chair squeak.
Only too pleased, naturally, especially if it helps to keep the peace here in Blanty. We forged an alliance with the Empire of Japan recently, so I'm sure you're aware. So this case is very much in the public eye, as it were.
Oh, is it?
Even had some famous detective poking around, you know, in this old house, would you believe?
Yes, Mr. Herlock Sholmes.
Could have been. Didn't catch the chap's name. Not really my cup of tea, all that detective business.
Oh, but you have a copy of Rant's magazine here, so...
No. Anyway,
Anyway, the chap's investigating the foreigner's room as we speak. So he's in Soseki-san's room.
It's a bally nuisance, is what it is. The whole neighborhood's twitching twitching its curtains now. I don't like all this fuss. It's jolly unsettling.
About Mr. Natsume?
About Mr. Natsume, then. Mr. Garrideb, please do tell us.
Ah, yes, the Japanese chap. Only been lodging here for a week.
Oh, just 1 week? So he moved in very recently, then?
I have 2 lodgers most of the time. One on the ground floor, and one just below us. Dash it all, Joanne! Do be careful!
Oh, my goodness, I'm terribly sorry, sir.
This poor guy's crotch.
If you want to know my opinion, I thought he was a shady sort from the moment I set eyes on him.
Her cheeks have jiggle physics.
Oh, why? He seemed to have a most nervous disposition, always shaking and looking over his shoulder. The man had shady written across his sweat-soaked brow, if you ask me. I said to myself, Joanne, that man is trouble. Sooner or later, he's going to do something untoward. And I'm rarely wrong about anything.
We won't be calling this maid as a witness, that's for sure.
Was there anything else that struck you as suspicious about the man at all? Yes. Oh, yes, indeed there was.
And she's dying to tell us. Had you noticed anything else at all about your lodger, Mr. Natsume?
Oh my word, yes. The man was shadier than an orchard. Could you elaborate? Well, take the man's room. Absolutely stuffed full of books it is. More than anyone could ever read. And he never so much as passes a time of day with another living soul. I haven't seen a single visitor call. He just trots off to that old bookshop every single day and comes back at 5 to light the gas fire. And the funny little man is up long past the time everyone else in this house has gone to bed too.
Oh, I see.
The gentleman on the ground floor goes to bed at around 9 each night. But I've never known that Japanese fella to retire any earlier than 2 in the morning. Could you clarify something, I wonder? What, pray? How do you know so much about Mr. Natsume's routine? Oh! I'd understand that neither of the lodgers live on this floor of the house. Oh, I'd understood that neither of the lodgers lived on this floor of the house. Is that correct?
That's right, yes. They're both below us, on the first floor and street level. Her jiggle physics, yeah.
Then, how is it that you know so much about the lives of your lodgers? The precise times that they come back in the evening, for example. Even the times they go to bed.
No, she's gonna do it again! Ah! Good grief, Joanne! Be more careful, woman!
Oh my goodness, sir! I'm terribly sorry, sir!
Something doesn't add up here. It seems that the incident took place at around 5 in the evening. Did you happen to look out the window or around that time? The window?
Yes, we noticed that the window over there looks out over Briar Road. The incident took place on the pavement just on the far side of the street. Was there anyone suspicious loitering nearby?
5 o'clock is dinner time in the Garadeb household, so I'm afraid I don't remember seeing anything. How about you, Joanne?
No, sir. It would have been dusk outside already at that hour.
Sus.
And with the fog as well, I should think it would have been quite impossible to see the other side of the road.
Oh, I see.
Did you notice anything else out of the ordinary then?
Such as?
Anything at all, even if it seems unrelated.
Well.
Yes?
Was there something then? Well, it's nothing particularly significant, but around that sort of time that... Ah! For the love of God, Joanne! Watch what you're doing!
Oh, dear me, what have I done? I'm so awfully sorry, sir!
Do be more careful, woman!
Of course, sir. Oh, hold on. Hold on. There we go. If I may, Mr. Narrow Hollow. Shut up! Oh dear. A lot more bots coming in as of late. Hold on. Kill. And boom. There we go. There we go. Done and done. Hey, Twitch! Let me block even when I'm not in mod view. Don't worry, I got it. I got it, don't you worry. I have an exceedingly good memory, and as far as I remember, nothing of any significance took place here at that hour. Nothing at all.
Oh, really? Mr. Garadeb? The way you were talking before, it sounded rather like there might have been. Oh, well, as I was saying, it was just a trifling matter, really nothing. Oh my god! Stop! The poor man! Joanne Dashido, what is the matter with you, woman?
Begging your pardon, sir. Nothing happened.
That is suspicious. Yes, quite. Nothing happened. We sat down to a quite uneventful meal. Joanne?
That's right, Mr. Garrideb.
That is suspicious as all hell. What is the matter with these two?
It sounds like something happened here in this room on the evening of the incident, but what?
I wish I knew.
Mr. Natsume's room.
Could you tell us which floor Mr. Natsume's room is on? Why, certainly. Just below us on the first floor.
And Mr. Sholmes is investigating there even as we speak?
Yes. Told me Nats's name I can't read. Told me Nats's name had asked him to look into the matter, so I gave him the key.
Mr. Natsume has engaged Mr. Sholmes' services.
That's a blatant lie. Would it be alright if we also had a look around? In Mr. Natsume's room, I mean. Don't see why not. It's just down a flight of stairs.
Who knows if we'll find anything that could help us in the case, but we have to try.
We need all the clues we can lay our hands on, shall we?
Yes, and while we're there, we can speak with Mr. Sholmes again. Perhaps he'll even be able to tell us more. Let's go see Mr. Sholmes, finally! Mr. Sholmes! Let's go!
Let's see Soseki's room. Oh my god! Kitty!
Cat! 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 Kitty cat! Kitty cat! Cat kitty!
Feline! Ugh. Just look at this place. And smell it. It's so musty in here. I suppose it's a mountain of old books that are responsible for that.
I don't think I've ever seen so many books in all my life.
No, me neither. It's so dark in here, too. Oh. Is that the window over there? Well, it was the window, I think. Yes, once upon a time. Susato's face when she looks to the side. Meow! Susato Pog. Susato Pog. But for some reason, it's been closed up with bricks and mortar. So this is where Mr. Natsume lives.
By the way, I haven't spotted Mr. Sholmes anywhere, have you?
No, that's true. But according to what Mr. Garrideb told us, the great detective should be around here somewhere investigating.
Well, let's do a little investigating ourselves then.
Oh, don't tell me.
Look at all those books stacked up there.
They almost reached the ceiling.
They are all works of English literature, and they all smell so musty.
With this volume of books to hand, you'd never be short of reading material, would you?
No, what a dreamy idea.
A bad dream, maybe. For me, at least. Mind you, I don't imagine the books at the bottom of the pile now will ever be read again.
Ah, so reading is an experience that comes but once in a lifetime, just as the tea ceremony teaches us.
Certainly didn't expect the conversation to turn down the path of tea ceremony philosophy.
Cat, cat, cat! Oh! Kitty! Kitty cat, no, come back, no! Oh my, what an adorable little cat! Perhaps he's looking after all the books while his master is away.
I don't know about that. He disappeared into that pile of books as quick as a flash. It was a tricolored Mike, wasn't it? Do they even have that sort of cat here in Great Britain?
Perhaps Mr. Natsume brought the little creature with him from Japan.
That's made me feel homesick now.
Already? We've only been in the country for 2 days. Mike. And there's this little thing. Oh, look! It's a beckoning cat from home!
It's a bit big and bulky, isn't it? Surely Mr. Natsume didn't bring that Maneki Neko all the way from Japan with him.
I hardly think you're in a position to comment, Mr. Naruhodo. Are you forgetting the enormous Daruma doll that you brought in your luggage?
Well, it can be dangerous traveling abroad. I wanted a lucky charm.
Well, I imagine Mr. Natsume wanted the same, and this cat is sure to beckon good luck to him.
It's not doing a very good job so far, is it?
You mustn't say such things.
I didn't say a word! Why are my eyes such a giveaway? Oh, that's cute. He has a Daruma.
That desk seems to be wedged into a crevice between the mountains of books on either side.
I suppose Mr. Natsume would sit there and read while stroking his cat. But surrounded on all sides by these towering old tomes, surely he dreamt of books every night as well.
Yes, he must have done, mustn't he? Oh, what's this? It's a receipt from a second-hand bookshop. Your books.
Oh yes, Mr. Natsume's name is on it. Look. And the date of purchase. Oh, 2 days ago, at 4:45 p.m. That's the day of this incident.
That's just a short while before he was embroiled in the terrible attack. He must have been on his way back from buying some old books.
A clue.
Let's see, what else can we investigate?
Look at all these balls of paper on the floor. There are notes scrawled all over them, in English. It looks like the waste paper basket is so full, they've just fallen out.
I think Mr. Natsume must have been deeply immersed in his research, don't you?
Or deeply averse to tidying up his mess.
I wouldn't like to speculate which is closer to the truth.
Look at all these balls! Could you even call this a window?
I think so. It was a window at one point, after all. Although all that remains is a frame around some bricks now.
So really, it's just a wall then, isn't it? But why would anyone deliberately brick it up like that?
I'm afraid I have no idea. Ah! Perhaps Mr. Natsume painted the brick design on in a fit of whimsy.
Ugh, that's alarmingly feasible. Anyway, whatever the reason, the lack of ventilation in here makes the place very oppressive. Investigate cum jar!
It does. I imagine being cooped up in a room like this would be extremely trying.
Where do you see a cum jar? I don't see a cum jar. Oh, there he is. It's just reading. Fucking asshole.
Ah! Look! Mr. Naruhodo!
Were you calling Holmes a cum jar? Oh wait, no, that's the right, not the left. What the fuck? Aha! There he is. Where did he appear from?
He seems to be engrossed in the pages of an old book.
I looked to the right before investigating anything, and he wasn't there. He just appears after you investigate stuff. Well, yes, Holmes is a cum jar, but
I hope he won't mind if we disturb him. Hello, Mr. Sholmes!
Ah, you two. Good day. Now, let me see. Where was it that we met?
Oh, Mr. Sholmes, we were together on the SS Buria.
Ah, yes, of course. The Buria. And let me see. What happened on that voyage? It was Kazuma Sogi. He died tragically. But you were a great help to us. Ah, yes, but of course. The case of Mr. Osogi. It was the one with the snake, wasn't it?
Oh!
Well, you seem to remember something of it, at least.
What an honor to be remembered vaguely by the great Herlock Sholmes. This is Mr.
Oh, no, my dear madam. Hold your tongue. I pride myself on my superior powers of recollection. Your names are safely recorded in my brain attic. Miss Naruhodo and Mr. Susato. Try the other way around, Mr. Sholmes. I lose the first round. This fucking guy. In truth, I had hoped to invite you both to my Baker Street suite the day we arrived in London, but some Scotland Yarders ambushed me on the railway station and whisked me away to a crime scene. It was an entirely trivial case, of course. I solved the matter in no more than 30 minutes. So they apprehended Soseki-san in that short amount of time? I'm afraid the pursuance of a new case has dulled my recollection of my past involvements in it. A little? It is a mistake to think that one's brain attic has elastic walls and can distend to any extent. I do my best to forget useless facts, lest they should elbow out the useful ones. Yes, those are my own words of inimitable wisdom. You know, from an adventure entitled A Study in Scotland. Please, there's no need to quote yourself. I don't always remember my pearls of wisdom, but fortunately my associate pens them beautifully. He means Iris, I suppose.
Mr. Sholmes, we have some extremely important questions to ask you about the trivial case you just mentioned.
Goodness, what an earnest expression. My dear madam, I should be only too pleased. And this murky room is an apt place to discuss the murky case. Okay. Why did I do that? Mr. Natsume's arrest. We know this to be the lodgings of a Japanese foreign student by the name of Soseki Natsume. It seems that you assisted in his arrest, Mr. Sholmes. For the stabbing of a young woman outside here on Briar Road? Natsume. Yes, I believe it was a name rather along those lines.
But Mr. Natsume denies it. Was it really justifiable to arrest him on so little?
I'm sorry, Mr. Sato, but I have not the slightest idea what you mean.
What?
I can't believe he was looking Sasato-san squarely in the eye while feigning ignorance. I assure you, I am not merely feigning ignorance. It would appear as if the pair of you are under some misapprehension. Oh, how? I assure you I have no recollection of accusing your stooped compatriot of the crime.
But that doesn't make sense.
The good detective of Scotland Yard made the good detective of Scotland Yard made the following request of me, and I quote verbatim. We need you to ascertain the identity and whereabouts of a man seen fleeing the crime scene. Ah, a man seen fleeing. There were a number of books scattered on the pavement of the scene. From the book plates, I was quickly able to determine the bookshop from which they had been purchased. On speaking with the proprietor, I was immediately led to this address. Elementary, wouldn't you say? I believe there is a receipt around here somewhere from the establishment in question.
So you don't think Mr. Natsume is the culprit then?
That I could not tell you. But it was aggravating my faculties, hence why I returned here. However, this place is a trove of fascinating books. I found myself quite lost in bibliophily? It's on me, Mom. Do not be deceived into believing that I am a man of leisure. No, no, no. Oh dear. Tell me. Have you encountered the landlord of these lodges?
Yes, Mr. Garrida.
A retired military man.
It was the first time I've ever met a soldier from the Great British institution that is the services.
And it was the first time I've ever met a maid from a Great British institution that is service. I didn't think it was that funny. I do apologize. As you may well be aware, Many households in London employ a maid.
Yes! I read as much in my Great Britain primer.
And so, conversely, whether or not a household employs a maid has come to betoken the social standing of those dwelling therein. Betoken their social standing? Sorry? Put simply, my dear fellow, those who employ at least a single maid are considered middle class. Those who do not are beneath that. In the upper echelons of society, of course, households employ enough staff to constitute a large family.
Goodness, how extraordinary.
If you don't have a maid or a butler, you're poor as shit. Apparently. As you can appreciate, for those on the precarious boundary between the middle and lower classes, being able to afford just one maid is of the first importance. I had no idea. And it is for precisely that reason that I find great stimulation in the situation upstairs. Specifically, in the retired army veteran Mr. John Garrett. Oh? Affable as he is, the fellow is hiding something. Whether or not it imposes on the circumstances of this case, I am as yet unable to ascertain. I'm thoroughly lost in what he means to say. Now hiring a maid to burn my dick with tea. This room is thoroughly suffocating for the soul, my dear fellow. I assure you, any man whose lot is to dwell in a place such as this will stab somebody sooner or later.
Mr. Natsume has stabbed no one.
Ah, but sooner or later, as I said.
I don't believe that's the issue here.
About this dark little room, Mr. Sholmes. Why is there no longer a window? Do you have any idea? No window? Well, I mean, I can clearly see that there is a window of sorts. But it's been completely blocked with bricks. Ah, I see. The answer to that question is quite simple. Window tax. Window tax? What is that? Yeah, I don't know what that is.
Surely, not a tax on windows.
Precisely that.
Oh my goodness!
Until relatively recently, a tax was levied on households in this country by the number of their windows.
Really?
Those of lesser means, having inherited a sizable and costly family home, perhaps rapidly close windows up. While the rich opened windows here and there and everywhere. In an effort to curry favour with those in power by furnishing them with large sums of tax money. Window tax. Can't believe Natsume's house got bricked. Now he has to get a new one or call Nintendo to get it fixed.
How awful and unjust, forcing people to live in rooms devoid of light.
Indeed, disease was rife as a result. So some 40 years ago, or thereabouts, the window tax was abolished. But its legacy remains, as you can see. It's squalid lodgings such as these, for example. I suppose Mr. Natsume's stipend for living here in London isn't very generous, perhaps. Ow. It would appear so. I've done a little digging, and discovered that these lodgings were offered at an extraordinarily low price.
Because the room is so awful, I should think.
Apparently, Mr. Natsume only moved in here about 1 week ago. Yes, that's correct. However, I don't believe the low rent is explained by the shabby nature of the accommodation. Oh? Still, that is of little relevance here. A matter not worthy of further attention. Are you sure? I'm curious now. Well, I believe I've told you all I can now. Thank you, Mr. Sholmes. Ah, yes, Mr. Naruhodo. Was it not your intention to become a practitioner of law? You remember that, did you? Will you perhaps be offering your services in this very matter, I wonder? To the occupant of this room, Mr. Natsume, was it? I'm not sure. Not sure? On what grounds? Well, I actually defended someone in court here only yesterday. Really? Well then, I congratulate you, sir, on an ambition realized, and so promptly, too. The thing is,
It's really made me question things. Am I right to believe in my clients? To trust in their innocence? Yes. Trust. Mr. Sholmes. Mr. Natsume didn't do it, did he?
My dear fellow, I haven't the first idea.
Oh, but I thought that's why you were here. Didn't you come here to investigate? Ah, yes, that was indeed my initial intention. But there are simply too many fascinating books here. I couldn't possibly ignore them. Oh, I see. Nevertheless, there are two facts that I can state quite unequivocally. The man who fled the scene of the crime 2 days ago was the Japanese occupant of this room, and there are witnesses who swear to having seen the same man commit the crime. That is all I can say. And one more thing.
Oh, what is it, Mr. Sholmes? Tell us.
I cannot say with any certainty whether or not it is of relevance to this case, but I am quite sure that the retired army man who owns this property is hiding something. Mr. Garrida is... Mr. Sholmes said as much before, actually, didn't he? Anyway, at present, that is really all that plays on my mind in relation to the case.
Mr. Naruhodo. As yet, our investigation have uncovered nothing that could help establish Mr. Natsume's innocence.
No, you're right. Perhaps it's time we probed a little deeper into Mr. Garrideb's secret. Just remember, I cannot be sure whether the landlord's secret will prove to be of relevance or not. But I wish you every success, of course, Mr. Naruhodo.
Bye! It was nice talking to you.
A busy man indeed. He's gone back to his book in the corner of the room. So many places to go. Oh, I love that you can just go to any place instantly. You don't have to, like, go here to be able to go here to be able to go here, like in previous games. Thank God. Ugh, you pair again. Tell me, was the detective chap, I forget his name, still hard at work down there?
Mr. Herlock Sholmes?
Oh, yes, rings a vague bell. All that detective business isn't really my thing, I'm afraid. Well, Mr. Sholmes is in his element down there. Jolly good show. Another cup of tea, if you please, Joanne. Don't spill it on his dick. Now then, why don't you tell me... For the umpteenth time, woman! Will you watch what you're bully well doing?
I shall be serving dinner shortly, sir.
Yes, of course. Frightfully rude of me, but I'm afraid I shall have to ask you to take your leave if you'd be so kind.
Oh, yes, of course. We are deeply grateful for all of your assistance.
Not at all, not at all. Don't get much chance to talk with young foreigners like yourselves. It's been a pleasure. Best of luck and all that. Perhaps you could see yourselves out. According to Mr. Sholmes, Mr. Garrideb is hiding something, and since no other avenues of investigation seem open to us at the moment, perhaps you should go do some digging. Investigate? That uniform looks fairly ancient, doesn't it?
It's clearly been well looked after, though.
That old thing, not much better than rags, really. Oh? Wore that ceremonial garb at my retirement bash, you know. But I'm not one for dwelling on the past, me. Would have gladly thrown it out, but you know how it is. Anyway, doesn't hurt to have the old piece of memorabilia lying around, does it?
Oh, I see.
Perhaps we should leave the past in the past. Why do you have a cannon in your house? That's a full-sized cannon! What's it doing in here?
Oh my, it's real. I thought it might be a replica.
That old thing? Bah, that's little more than a toy. Sorry? The army was selling it off when I retired, so I decided to give it a new home. Never know when the enemy might attack next. Jolly useful to have a cannon about the house. Really? It isn't overkill? Be prepared, I always say.
You never know what this twisted world is going to throw at you next, boy.
Do you think there may be trouble brewing, Mr. Garrideb?
Always is. Take Joanne here. Never fails to have a clean apron in reserve. Dries them over the barrel, you see. They dry very well in the cannon there, Joanne tells me, which rather proves my point, I feel. It's been reduced to a drying rack. No wonder the huge cannon feels like it's hanging its head in shame.
Book. I noticed you have a pile of books here, Mr. Garrideb. Do you enjoy reading?
Never experienced a London winter, boy. The nights are long. No better way to pass the time than in front of a fire with a jolly good book.
Oh! There's a copy of Fran's magazine here, I see. No doubt Mr. Garrideb enjoys the adventures of Herlock Sholmes, too.
A great detective has a great many followers, it would seem.
Oh.
He's... There he is. He's just... Every time I get the option to look around, he's just there. I love that he's just there in the background. God, cum jar found! Before we speak to the cum jar, I want to look around more.
That looks like a Medal of Honor, and it's showcased on a very grand banner.
Yes, it's displayed with some pride, I would say. Although it bothers me that it's not straight.
What? That old thing?
Sorry?
I should be glad to see the back of it, but the General will turn in his grave if I dispose of it. The wall's the best place for it. Keeps the bully thing out of my way.
So it's been polished to shine by accident, I suppose? There appears to be an inscription on the medal itself. Look. Let me see. It says, "For distinguished participation."
Sounds like the kind of honors even I could be in line for.
Well, one doesn't like to blow one's own trumpet, but I was given that for my time in the army. Can't measure an officer by the number of medals to his name, of course. Common knowledge in military circles.
Why are we calling him a cum jar now? Because Cooney called him a cum jar, and I find that very funny. Is that him? That portrait of Mr. Garrideb is glaring at me, I swear.
Have you noticed that all the little frames contain photographic prints of Mr. Garrideb as well?
Yes, and there seems to be a statue of a lion on the mantelpiece as well.
Ah, yes. Seemed to come back from the local pawnbroker with that little trinket.
Seemed to come back? What do you mean?
The chap who runs the place is a bally wizard. Went in to sell him something and came out with that thing. In point of fact, now I think about it, I rather often find myself leaving the place with something I don't need.
The lion ornament certainly does seem surplus to requirements.
Susan doesn't pull her punches! Or her throws, for that matter. Surprised about him being called a cum jar? There's stuff here. This messy table.
Oh, look! What a wonderful collection of cakes lined up in that gleaming silver cake stand.
Lined up? Looks more like someone has half demolished them to me.
Afternoon tea is a time of indulgence, you see. It is quite the English way. It is Mr. Garrideb's custom to take 2 cakes with his tea. That sounds delightful.
Oh, wait a minute though. There are at least 10 cakes on this cake stand.
Well, naturally, it would never do to waste the leftovers. So whatever Mr. Garrideb doesn't eat, I'll say to myself, Joanne, you shall have to tidy up.
How magnanimous of you. There's a lot of broken stuff over here. Look at this crockery on display here. It's rather unusual, isn't it?
Oh my, a genuine London dresser. Isn't it delightful?
It's all broken though.
Although the shelves seem to be broken and the crockery is... Oh dear, it's in pieces! It really is.
It really is. The word cracked wouldn't do with the chinaware justice.
Ah, I wonder. Perhaps the cannon was fired at it.
Yes, probably something like that. But let's not delve too deeply here. Alright, time to look at Mr. Dumpy Holmes himself. What's he doing over there? Mr. Sholmes? Aha! We meet again, my dear fellows. Good gracious, when did you sneak in here? Sherlock Sholmes, sir, at your service.
Whatever are you doing over there by the window?
I am given to watching the evening sky as the sun sets, madam. Yet sadly, cheerful as the room downstairs undoubtedly is, it lacks an aperture for such observation. So I took the liberty of borrowing a small corner of space by the window over there. Well, keeping an eye to one's windows at dusk is the prudent thing to do in London, I'm gathering. And one other thing, Mr. Naruhodo. Oh, me? I thought perhaps you might be in need of a certain great detective's great mind. Wait, he's not talking about, is he? I didn't expect to be going through with that again so soon.
Do you mean Mr. Sholmes?
There is a mighty secret in this modest room. My eyes see even the most trivial of trifles. Oh, I take it you're prepared, Mr. Naruhodo. I think so. There is just time enough for one of my greatly admired great deductions. Let us conclude the matter before dark.
Oh, baby, let's go.
Oh! I didn't realize.
I'm a little embarrassed now.
Mr. Garrett, though it would seem you are a military man of considerable distinguished service, your standing as a landlord is most certainly not what one might call first-rate. I'm afraid, sir, that is all too clear to me.
I'm sorry.
There were two conclusions I have been able to draw by careful observation of your living arrangements. I beg your pardon. The first is that even as we speak, you are concealing the presence of a ferocious beast in your care. Eh?
Why is everyone patting me?
And the second is that as a result of the beast's violent rampage, you have lost something very dear to you.
Mr. Naruhodo, look!
The old man's broken out in a cold sweat. A singular cold sweat. Unbelievably, it seems Mr. Sholmes' conclusions are both spot on. How could you possibly?
Thank you! Thank you! Thank you, thank you!
How could I possibly know?
Also, welcome! Welcome, Party Cat Anthem. I'm glad you can make it.
How could I possibly know? You mean to inquire? The answer couldn't be simpler, sir. For in the dense jungle of logic and reasoning, I am the king of beasts. Please don't call yourself that. Please don't call yourself that. And I know only too well that wild beasts are not easily tamed. Stop. So, shall we begin? Once again, Sherlock Sholmes is proud to present his Logic and Reasoning Spectacular.
When the cum jar is talking, it's the king of beasts. Alright, let's see what nonsense Mr. Sholmes is about to spout.
Nature of the beast. It certainly shouldn't take a great detective to see that a fearsome beast has been on the rampage of late within these four walls. Thus, we are faced with the question, what form might this beast take? Oh, for a man with the military breeding, your eyes are uncommonly candid. Your furtive glance, Mr. Garadev, leads us directly to the answer. The true nature of the beast that has run rampant here is revealed to be that lion statue. Probably not. Yes, though an army man, you appear unimposing at best. A fact that has fueled your admiration for the mighty lion, the king of beasts.
What is this piffle, I ask you?
In the end, your admiration becomes so great, in fact, that you had a living, breathing specimen shipped from India, which you tried to keep in this very house.
What?
Oh! Hello? Yet living with such a wild beast proved more difficult than you had imagined. The chilling traces of a wild rampage are still very much in evidence.
Well,
Yet as we look around, the beast in question fails to present itself. Where could this angry creature have disappeared to? Madam?
me?
I pray you do not consider me unchivalrous, but it is plain to me with one glance in your direction.
It is?
Your dress pocket gives us a handsome clue as to the beast's current whereabouts. For protruding from it is a bill advertising a circus show.
Ah!
Yes, you sought to dispose of this terrifying lion, Mr. Garadev. At Batty's Circus. A travelling show currently sojourning in the nearby park. I have observed the tents. You sold Savage Lion, sir, to the circus troupe.
I most certainly did not.
I believe I have made my point. The fearsome beast which ran amok in this room was an Indian lion. And a simple visit to the circus now will reveal the lion prancing jubilantly through a ring of fire. I don't think that's right.
Aftermath. Seriously, seeing how much Ace Attorney has improved in its cinematics makes me so proud. I know, right? It's so good.
Now, Mr. Garadev. It is plainly clear that you still have deep feelings for this formidable beast.
Where it started as text and sprites, it started like... We started from a tiny Game Boy Advance screen. Look at us, and look where we are with 3D models and cinematics and animated cutscenes. Ah, it's so good!
Indeed. In that blithe pose, the distress this loss has caused you is veritably tangible. Your head weighs heavy on your shoulders, the pain you feel being revealed by that supporting arm. Amid fits of tears, you let your beloved beast go. The strain of losing something so dear to you is clearly visible in your visage.
Nonsense, man! I simply...
But what we must now ask ourselves is the true cause of this pain. And we need only follow the direction of your gaze to find the answer. Yes, it is this pile of bills that has given rise to the pain you suffer. Every envelope contains another demand for payment. For cartloads of meat, potatoes, wheat, and tea.
I can't imagine playing Ace Attorney 1 through 3 on a fucking Game Boy Advance. I first played them on the Switch. I played them on the DS. I've been a fan for years!
Indeed, feeding your beloved has had a devastating impact on the financial circumstances of your household. And so you had no choice but to let it go. Yes, well, Now, in a final fit of rage, the ferocious beast carried out one last unimaginable attack.
DS Bri, I read it on a forum. My gosh. Can't imagine doing that, huh?
Unimaginable?
The aftermath of which can be clearly seen by observing the carpet over there. very expensive woolen carpet, if I'm not mistaken.
Oh, dearie me.
What could have caused such a destructive outburst? This time, madam, I'm afraid it is you who has inadvertently revealed the truth to me. Your wandering eye has settled upon the answer very neatly indeed. Yes, to explain the diastate of the carpet, we need only look at the Tower of Cakes. There is no creature more dangerous on this earth than a beast with an unsatiated appetite. Was it or was it not once said by a certain noble woman, if they have no bread, let them eat cake? Food is at the heart of all tragedy, in fact.
Whatever do you mean?
Having tired of the taste of cake, the beast began to stalk its next prey. Ah, I'm sure I'll need not spell out the nature of this final act of destruction carried out by the beast. There is only one logical conclusion. Worked into a frenzy of hunger, the lion attacked and ate the carpet.
What?
The teeth marks on the carpet are a perfect match with those of a lion I once saw in India. Gnawed on by a starving lion. Thus concludes Herlock Sholmes' great deduction of this beastly puzzle.
Don't think that's right, bud. Don't think that's right.
Look at his face! Ah! What is the matter with you, Joanne? You're pouring scalding hot tea all over me! Eat a fucking carpet, idiot. Bog!
Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Garrideb. I'm afraid I didn't notice.
This poor man's fucking crotch is burned. My deductions can be startlingly sharp. Startlingly sharp. It stands to reason that your cup runneth over. Indeed, my revelations can make people spill tears at times, too.
Oh.
Mr. Sholmes, sorry to butt in again. So, like, how does Sholmes actually solve anything without us? I have no idea! Why, certainly, Mr. Nebuchadnezzar. What is it? What is it? What is it again? Well, your deductions just now. Do you really think a lion could have fit inside a room this size? Indeed, it is the only explanation for the facts. The terrifying truth all too often lies beyond the realms of common sense. But wouldn't it be an idea to consider what lies inside the realms of common sense as well?
But if an uncaged lion had run amok in this very room, surely Mr. Garrideb and his maid would have been hurt. Or worse.
Oh, that's why you're stuck. No doubt the former military man held his own against the beast using that large cannon.
I thought you said that they stole the lion to the circus! That's his answer to that.
And what about the food? Meat and potatoes are one thing. But I don't believe I have ever heard of a lion that drinks tea.
Ah, my dear Mr. Sato, it occurs to me with some regularity that irrespective of race and breeding, whenever anyone lands on Great British soil, they are infused with a highly appropriate taste for afternoon tea.
Getting hit with logic? Fart very loudly.
Oh, what a glorious notion!
No.
Well then, Mr. Naruhodo, it's your turn to shine again.
I had a feeling that was coming.
A slight massage. That's all Mr. Sholmes' deductions need. You can do it.
Excellent. I have been waiting for my trusty partner in deduction to step forward, Mr. Nebuchadnezzar. We don't even know yet whether or not this is going to help with Mr. Natsume's case. Still, uncovering the truth is always worthwhile, whatever the motivation. At least, that's what I want to believe. Let us start again. From the beginning. Herlock Sholmes' logic and reasoning spectacular. Before we do that, I need to save. There we go. Alright, let's go crazy. Let's go stupid. Let's go crazy. Hold it, Mr. Sholmes. Logic and reasoning come-tacular. It shouldn't take a great detective to see that a fearsome beast has been seen. And thus we face with the question, what form might this beast take? A man of military breeding, your eyes are uncommonly candid. By the way, have you been reading those things you can look at after each episode? I forget what they're called. Oh? Things to read after each episode?
Is it something in the menu?
There's like extra scenarios. Oh, really? Oh, I'll need to check that out later then. I did not know.
I don't think he was looking at the lion, old chap. In the special stuffs. Gotcha.
I really didn't see the lion thing coming.
No, but if you observe Mr. Garadeb's reaction, it rather seems as though some beast did indeed run amok in this room.
Yes, something with a very fierce nature. But it couldn't have been a lion transported from India. So what was it then? Imagine it being a woman.
We must follow Mr. Garadeb's gaze. That will lead us to the true answer.
Let's see. Oh my god, was I right? What is this? I was right, it was a woman! Wait, is that the lady that got stabbed? What's this photograph?
It appears to be from Mr. Garadeb's wedding.
Oh.
He looks very happy, doesn't he?
He does, but you can't make out his bride.
No, how unfortunate. Something must have struck the glass directly over the woman's face.
I wonder what happened. Probably not best to delve too deeply. Is that the maid?
The glass is broken, so you can't see the bride's face at all.
But no amount of crafts can hide the woman's plump form.
I think powerful would be kinder than plump, Mr. Naruhodo.
Yeah, she certainly looks that. There's a lot of horsepower there. Not someone you'd want to upset, that's for sure.
Oh, look! Have you noticed her wedding ring? It's very large, isn't it?
Yes, that's an unusual design.
It looks like some sort of embellished sunflower.
Cute! So I'm guessing her?
Take that!
The true nature of the beast that runs rampant here is revealed by that newlywed bride. Precisely, Mr. Neruhideo. No other explanation could possibly fit. Aw, they look cute together. Yes, this framed print pictures your wife, Mr. Garadeb. And while we lament the fact that her face is obscured, we can still make out her mighty arms and note the considerable horsepower they must contain. Oh, Indeed. Surely any woman of such powerful constitution would be honored to be described as a beast. Rude! Honored might be stretching a point. Too late. The fact remains that the beast which so clearly savaged this room was your wife, Mr. Garadeb. Gah! Oh, he has a slap mark on his face. The chilling traces of a wild rampage are still very much in evidence.
Well,
Yet as we look around, the beast in question fails to present itself. Where could this angry creature have disappeared to? Madam?
me?
I'm chivalrous, but it is plain to me that glance in your direction.
It is. Not that. No, no, no.
The poor, fragile, defenseless woman is beside herself. Well, I don't know about fragile.
Stop being rude to this lady!
Oh, dear.
Anyway, Mr. Sholmes is quite right. There are no signs of a Mrs. Garadeb anywhere. But it seems there might be a clue as to her whereabouts. A clue that this maid is trying to hide. I wonder where Mr. Garadeb's wife could be. Oh, whoops. Sorry, madam.
Oh! I was right!
She's wearing a very large ring. Look. Oh yes, a sunflower design with some rather nice embellishments.
In her ass. No, she's the wifey.
And it's on her ring finger on her left hand, which means it's surely a wedding ring. It looks like it's on there for life, too. I can't imagine it would slide off a finger that's...
Stop being rude!
That's something to think, Mr. Naruhodo, not to say. Do you know Mr. Garadeb's wife in the photograph of a ring very much like this one? It was a large sunflower design as well.
Really?
You have a great memory for these things. Large sunflower wedding ring. It's quite a coincidence that they have the same ring, isn't it?
Take that!
Bang!
Your wedding ring gives off a handsome clue as to the beast's current whereabouts. Indeed it does. That flower band gleaming on your finger gives you away. For it is identical to the one shown on the hand of Mr. Garadeb's bride in this photographic print.
Get ready for comments like that the whole episode. Oh, joy. Oh, God. I'm going to beat these two to death. Or at least Susato will do it for me, hopefully.
Hello? Hello! Hello, Asateria! Welcome, welcome!
In other words, you are no ordinary household maid. No. You are Mr. Garadeb's lucky bride. You are Mrs. Garadeb herself.
Oh my! What?
She's so cute, though. Stop being rude to her.
Well, jolly fine detecting, sir.
Did we just get to the deduction? We got to the correction of the deduction, but yes.
As you'll rightly surmise, this is the wife, yes. My Joanne. Rather let herself go, you might say, but she was bully.
Stop! You deserve that one. You deserve that one. Jeez.
It would appear that you don't live the most comfortable of circumstances. After all, you are a retired army man, yet you are in the business of renting out rooms. I would assume, therefore, you have insufficient means to employ a maid. Would that be correct? It's not right, I tell you! I was second lieutenant of the 3rd Regiment. A man that has his pride, don't you know? By golly, it's a sorry thing when a chap can't even afford to have a single maid in his employ. Yes, here in London, one is rather judged. A household cannot be considered worthy of society if it employs no staff at all.
Rude!
Though, in my considered opinion, such concerns about appearances are folly. You mean Mr. Garadeb has his wife work as his maid? Precisely. Am I right, Mr. Garadeb? Only in company, obviously. But listen here. This must remain a secret. Tip-top secret, please!
The raging wife of Mr. Garadeb. Solved.
Now, Mr. Garadeb, it is plainly clear that you will still have deep feelings for this formidable beast.
Well, yeah, it's his wife.
Indeed, in that blithe pose of distress this loss has caused you, is veritably tangible.
So she not on the carpet then? Mr. Shulk is quite something. He's still calling Mr. Garadev's wife a beast.
Yes, as a woman, that feels rather uncomfortable.
But Mrs. Garadev is standing beside her husband as we speak. In other words, he hasn't lost his beloved at all, has he? Oh, how true. So perhaps that supporting arm that seems to be propping up his head has some other significance then. According to Mr. Sholmes, Mr. Garadev's pain is tangible though. What could that pose of his really signify? That dude got slapped! My dudes. He got slapped really hard. It left a mark and everything. Oh my! Look at that bright red mark!
Gosh, that's quite something. And clearly made by somebody's hand.
Yes, Mr. Garadev has been slapped on the face, it seems. Hard.
I've never seen such a clearly defined mark.
My dudes.
Whoever could have done such a thing?
Well, there's a very limited number of candidates, I'd say. My dads. My lads. My dudes, my dads. What's the diff? I guess in this game, the way to say it would be my lads.
Take that!
Your head weighs heavy on your shoulders, the pain you feel being revealed by that slapped cheek. I love Ryunosuke's little smirk, it's so cute. And of course the deliverer of that impressive mark on your cheek that refuses to fade was you, Madame Joanne Garadev. Oh, look at her!
Well, yes.
Look at her eyes! Oh, cute. You have been desperate to hide that slap mark on your cheek, sir. Ah! She's so cute. She's very cute. How the blazes? How did you work that out, man? I mean, it's not hard to hide. She's so cute! And yet these guys are being so rude to her. Nothing escapes the notice of one trained in the art of observation, my dear fellow. That's why you haven't looked directly at us, even once. To keep your other side from view. Well, Now, let us proceed to the next conundrum. Well, Herm? Why were you subjected to such a violent slap? In other words, we must ask ourselves what caused Madame Garadev to fly into a rage. I really don't really follow the direction of your gaze to find the answer. Yes, it is the pile of bills that has given rise to the pain you suffer. No wonder he's been acting the Moon Man.
Didn't Mr. Sholmes say that the bills were all for lion fodder?
Yes, but now we've established that the lion never existed. Which can only mean that the thing responsible for gobbling up all that food was Mr. Garadev's wife.
Mr. Naruhodo, she's a person, not a thing!
Yeah, what the fuck, dude? Yes, well, she's also a person who gave her husband a mighty slap around the face. One so hard that it left a perfect hand mark, in fact.
Yes. Why would a woman want to hit her husband with such force, I wonder?
I'd love to know the answer to that question. Oh, what? Nani, what is this?
Ah, someone must be reading this book at the moment. There's a bookmark here. Look. Mr. Garadev is clearly an avid reader.
Oh, wait a minute. I don't think this is a bookmark.
Thank you. I just got food. Oh no, it isn't. So it isn't. It's a note written in a woman's hand. Oh, James, I love you. Yours, Mary.
Oh no! And look at this, look next to the signature here. Lip marks made with lipstick! Oh, what a passionate and romantic gesture! Don't get any ideas, Susato-san. Scandalous! Oh dear, I'm sorry. So this bookmark is actually a love note then. Cheater! You cheating on your wife, sir? You cheating on your wife? You cheating? I have no tolerance for cheaters! Yes, it is this love note that has given rise to the pain you suffer. Oh, James, I love you. Yours, Mary. Passionate indeed. Look at her, she's so angry! Perhaps the sender of this note, a certain Miss Mary, is the fly in the ointment here. Ah! Oh my god! But I don't know the bawling woman. Damn! Susato, adultery is not romantic! It can be in some cases. No, I'm kidding. So his name is... Wait, no! That's not his name, though! His name is John, not James! Get his ass! Roast him on a Spitfire! Get it! Wait, he might not actually be cheating! The note said James! His name is John! Oh no! It's a big, dumb misunderstanding! You don't know her. The note wasn't written to me. It was just in the book. I don't know how it got there. James can be a nickname for Jonathan, actually. Oh, I didn't know that. But his name, well, alright, fair enough. We'll see what happens. It was just in there, you say? That's right, that's what I've been saying! A likely story. Now listen here, Joanne, old thing. I explained at the time. I bought the book at the second-hand place, and that note must already have been in there. So the previous owner of the book was using the note as a bookmark, you mean? That's right! That's what I've been saying! James is short for Jamathan. A likely story. For heaven's sake, woman, look at the name. It's written to James. My name, in case you'd forgotten, is John! Ah! A likely story. Are you questioning my name now? Ow! And there we have it. Arouse the suspicions of the female heart, and you unleash a beast with a most ferocious bite. Ugh. Now, in a final fit of rage, the ferocious beast carried out one last unimaginable attack.
Unimaginable?
The aftermath of which can be clearly be seen observing the carpet over there. Why are you sweating then? He's probably scared of being slapped again. A very expensive woolen carpet, if I'm not mistaken.
Oh, dearie me.
What could have caused such a destructive outburst? This time, madam, I'm afraid it is you who has inadvertently revealed the truth to me. Your wandering eye has settled upon the answer very neatly indeed. Yes, to explain the dire state of the carpet, we need only look at the Tower of Cakes.
But surely Mrs. Garrideb didn't eat the carpet.
No, of course not. But there doesn't seem to be any doubt that the state of disarray in this room is a result of her wild temper.
No, that's true. So this is the last part of Mr. Sholmes' deduction that we need to fix. We need only to follow Mrs. Garrideb's gaze, and that will tell us the real answer.
Alright, let's see what we can see.
Yes!
Maybe the candle? Candlestick.
This looks like a very old candlestick, doesn't it?
The base looks too small. Surely it's very unstable. It looks to me like even the slightest knock would make it topple over.
Oh dear, that would be dangerous.
Wait, take a closer look at this. There's one candle missing.
Yes, I didn't notice that before.
Why is that, I wonder? Why is one candle of the 3 missing from its holder?
There's a candle right here.
The carpet here has been ripped to shreds. I don't think it was ripped. I think it was on fire.
Yes, and according to Mr. Sholmes' deduction, the tears match those made by an Indian lion's teeth.
Exactly. Oh, look here. What is it? If you look closely at the edge, you can see the scorch marks.
Oh yes, you can!
In that case, perhaps the carpet wasn't eaten in the normal sense at all. Let's rethink this with that in mind. Then the candlestick?
Take that!
There was something on the floor next to the burnt spot. Yeah, it was the candle.
Yes, to explain the dire state of the carpet, we need only look at the candlestick. Oh my god, did she slap him so hard it knocked over a candlestick and like it set fire to that spot of carpet? Oh god. That would be a little dangerous. Now, excuse me, I need to grab a bite of food because I'm hungry. Most illuminating, my dear fellow. And of course, the only possible way out of this logical labyrinth. Yes, the remnants of a ferocious attack in which the carpet was devoured are clearly visible.
I mean, some chicken and mozzarella sticks, because we had some left over from yesterday.
Indeed, there are. Scorch marks at the edge clearly give the truth away. Scorch marks? He got slapped so hard he got yeeted across the room. Nom 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 nom.
That's me eating. I am hungry. Give me food.
Mrs. Garredeb's mighty arm muscles left an impression not only on her husband's face, but on the entire room. The force of her strike caused a candle to fall from the holder. My god! That was a hard slap then, holy shit. And in seconds, the carpet was alight, and the whole corner of the room in flames. Yes, For the most ferocious beast in this world is neither a violent lion or a vengeful woman, but fire. And in this room, that ferocious beast bared its claws and ran amok. Eloquently put, my dear fellow. So you see, there is but one conclusion here. Love it. Love it. After the sparks of marital discord flew, this room was a scene of a fire. Oh. 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 Mr. Sholmes, sir. I salute you! Oh no! Oh no 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 no! Ah! Oh. Aww. It was Fire Spirit Cookie. She got him. She's got biceps under those sleeves. It's these dashed long winter nights, you know. Nothing to do but read in front of a fire. Luckily, there's a jolly good second-hand bookshop just around the corner. Buy all my old novels there. And in the pages of one particular novel, you discovered some other illicit material.
For which your wife admonished you harshly, it seems.
Don't you know about
Don't know about admonished. Demolished is more, might be rather closer to the mark. And beast is more certain. Here we go again.
And the carpet? Was that destroyed by fire when a candle flew on the floor?
Afraid so it was. Afraid to say it was. Happened in a blink of an eye, you know. The whole place filled with smoke. Couldn't see a bully thing. I was caught between the old stick's rage and the raging flames.
You paint a torrid picture, sir. One that would have been most entertaining. That's sympathy for you.
Didn't take long for the fire to spread, of course. The bulk of furniture started going up as well. We've had to hide the mess behind the screen, that's it for the time being.
Can we see it now?
Over there, Mr. Garrideb.
Well, you have nothing more to hide now, if you allow me.
Ah!
Hit on my favorite old novels in that case. But as soon as the fire got a hold of him, that was it. Whoosh! Up in smoke. Gosh. Then the wife started hurling things at me.
She threw things at you while there was a fire? That's messed up. I understand being mad, but good God, woman, there was a fire! At least help the dude out. Don't let him die. Don't let him burn up, especially since he can't even walk properly. Good God. What a terrible sight it must have been.
There was I back up against the wall under heavy enemy fire. Incendiary books coming 10 to dozen. Worst of it is I lost my favorite book called The Lion's Pride.
The Lion's Pride. Ah, yes, your notorious love of big cats coming through again. I assure you, the title didn't influence my choice in the slightest. So the poor man really did lose something dear to him as a result of the ferocious beast's rampage.
Mr. Sholmes' deductions turned out to be correct once again.
It can only be described as a great British wonder.
I tell you, it was total carnage. Flames everywhere and the old stick in full fettle.
Out of interest, what time of day was that?
Not sure I can remember. It was 2 days ago now. Let's see. Around 5 o'clock, I think.
So at exactly the same time, as a terrifying incident was unfolding outside your window, on the street below.
Even more terrifying on the inside, I can assure you. The whole of Bloody could have been flattened outside my window at that moment. And I wouldn't have noticed a dash thing.
Oh, really?
Oh my God, did you see his Adam's apple?
Mr. Sholmes?
Yes, Mr. Nebuchadnezzar. What can I do you for? Well, I think we've got to the bottom of Mr. Garrideb's situation now. But what does it have to do with Mr. Natsume's circumstances?
I can't help you there, I'm afraid.
What?
My dear fellow, if you recall, I did say as much from the outset. I warned you that although I knew the retired army man had to be hiding something,
I could not be sure whether the secret would prove to be of relevance or not. He did say that. He did say that, though. I just knew you were going to say that! Now, Mr. Nebuchadnezzar. You mustn't lose heart. Bear in mind that all things fall into one of only two categories, those relevant to the case and those not. That makes no sense to me.
Well, no matter. It is of far greater importance that you make up your mind now.
What? Sorry?
Visiting hours at the prison will soon be over.
Oh no! Is it that time already? Not like that is conditioned to the stabbing. Who knows? If we're to accept Mr. Natsume's case, we have official paperwork to attend to. Are we?
So that's it. No more time to think.
Perhaps you'd like to betake yourselves to bidding us farewell now. I must prepare supper for Mr. Garrideb.
Oh, yes. I'm so sorry.
Thank you both very much for your time. Seki-san will be waiting for us.
And I'm going to have to give him an answer.
It's time, Mr. Naruhodo. We must hurry back to the prison.
Yes, I know. Let's heal a care. Oh,
What's the matter?
it looks like something's going on over there in front of the Garrideb's house.
Nani? Nani soe? Nani koe? Eh?
I know thee not, old man. Fall to thy prayers. Who are you calling old man, you rum-looking nimmy-nimmy-pimmy-nimmy? Niminy-piminy? Fucking Popeye-looking ass. There are more things in heaven and earth, Horatio, than are dreamt in your philosophy. Who's this Horatio fella, eh? What are you all about?
Excuse me.
What the? Who are you now?
I'm sorry. It just looked as though there might be some problem here. And my associate here, Mr. Ryunosuke Naruhodo, is a lawyer, you see.
Lawyer? Well,
If I can be of assistance, I'd be happy to help. I'm from Japan, but I have studied English law.
fine. I'll be on my way for today, but you mark my words. This ain't over yet!
Did he pose? Get thee to a nunnery.
Do I look like a bloomin' nun to you?
I want to talk more to this guy.
I do hope you're not injured.
Oh, fair Eastern maiden, thou art so gentle. Thank you. What was that all about? There are more things in heaven and earth, Horatio, than are dreamt of in your philosophy. I'm not Horatio either.
Forgive the inquiry, sir, but are you a lodger here? In the Garrideb residence?
Oh, Eastern maiden, thou art so right. Yes, I do dwell in this humble abode. Mr. Garrideb mentioned that he had another lodger, didn't he? Cat mouth? He does kind of have a cat mouth, yeah. Natsume-san, no in hell I'm defending you. Holy shit, you fucking did it!
No! No! Don't say that. That's not true. I believe he's innocent.
This must be the man. Do you happen to know the other lodger who lives on the first floor? Oh yes, the gentleman named Natsume. A more worthy a polemist in my battle of words, not could there be. Sorry? Battle, did you say? Who is the stronger, Hamlet or Macbeth? Master Natsume and I sparred long into the night. This dude bogey as hell. He will not survive a revolution. I see.
I don't fully understand, but it seems Mr. Natsume and this gentleman are acquaintances at least.
So fair maiden, so good gentleman. I can tarry here no longer. Fare thee well.
I didn't really understand him, but I think he's returned to his room.
It seems he's unaware of what's happened to Mr. Natsume, so he can't really help us. I have no idea what this dude is genuinely. With Oseki-san and that man as lodgers, the Garrideb house is certainly full of eccentrics. Anyway, I'll go and find a carriage.
Yes, I'm sure Mr. Natsume is eagerly awaiting our return.
Let's hope we can get to the prison before visiting hours are over.
There he is! There he is! Alright, before anything though, I will be right back. I need to go get a drink and also head to the little guy's room. So give me a second. Ow! Fuck!
let me. I will. Can I? Is there music playing? Okay, no music playing. I need to go to the little car room, so I'll be right back. So, give me a moment.
Hoo-ha. I return. Sorry for taking so long. I'm back. Soseki-san!
Oh, it's you! You're here! You came! My locum student, Mr. Naruhodo Esquire! I can't believe you came back! I'm so touched! I love this dude so much.
We are so sorry to have kept you waiting, Mr. Natsume.
No! Think nothing of it! Relax! If I were a cat, I would purr with pleasure at the company of such fine compatriots. Noble, nurturing, never-failing Nipponis!
Oh, did I not switch? Yes, I did. Okay. Just making sure.
Sorry, I have the stream open on my phone so I can look at the chat.
Oh, now, let's not get carried away. Oh, I quite agree. There is nothing more reassuring than the familiarity of one's native land.
I swear to God, if that's Zeke's. If that's Zeke's. Oh, it's Sholmes, okay.
It is through friendship transcending international borders that one truly appreciates the fact. Such is my belief, at least. Oh, it's you! The miserable rotten spy Turlock Sholmes!
I love Soseki too, he's so funny.
Mr. Sholmes, what are you doing here? I have no intention of doing anything per se. Save observing, of course.
Whatever do you mean, Mr. Sholmes?
Well, having encountered some curious reading material in that gloomful room, and having unmasked the secret identity of that eccentric pair, I decided I should drop in on my way home to see how our divested friend is faring. Gloomful room? At least your accommodation here offers a window, my dear fellow. In that sense, it is the superior option. Anyway, I must commend you on your taste in books. My day has been a delight and cost me not a penny. Ah! You! How dare you, Turlock Sholmes! I've had it. I'm through. I'm at the end of my rope. I should never have come to Great Britain. It was a terrible mistake. Haunted by spirits in those accursed lodgings. No doubt my luck will be cursed in tomorrow's trial as well. My whole life is bedamned!
What are you thinking, Mr. Naruhodo? He mentioned that once before, didn't he? That his lodgings were cursed, I mean.
And there is much truth in Mr. Mustache's words.
That slow turn. It's like,
Yum. Yum, 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 yum.
What? Cursed is a wholly appropriate description, I would say, for the man's lodgings, and indeed for tomorrow's trial. What's that supposed to mean? Oh, I can talk to him.
it's so the music for the prison is so sad, but I really like it.
Moving my mic a bit so I can place my plate closer to me. There we go.
First time. No, I meant to press A.
Mr. Natsume, what did you mean by what you said just now? About the trial tomorrow being cursed?
No, why are you looking so grave? You're making me nervous. I was just getting carried away, that's all. I didn't mean anything by it. Oh, I see. That's really agitated him. You don't mean the trial really is cursed somehow? Are you referring to the prosecutor? The Reaper of the Bailey? The Reaper? Oh no, what do you mean? Please tell me, summarize it
Succinctly? Succinctly? I've never seen that word. In 16 salient words! No defendant has ever survived the trial in which the Reaper stands for the prosecution. Ever. It's a big contrast from the classic visitor's room. Yeah. Oh, Soseki. Oh my goodness, can it really be true? That was 16 words exactly!
Yesterday, Mr. Naruhodo successfully defended someone against the Reaper. But then, after the trial was over, the defendant passed away in unusual circumstances.
Mr. McGill did.
What?
Ah, I am impressed, Mrs. Sato. You have an eye for detail.
Actually, the Lord Chief Justice told us.
Mr. Sholmes, surely it can't be that having failed to have the accused convicted, Lord Van Zeeks killed the man himself.
No, he couldn't have. Surely?
I don't know, man. He was looking kind of suspicious when the whole thing was going on. You have some wonderful notions. Sorry? The man isn't a mass murderer. He's a court prosecutor, my dear fellow.
Oh, yes. Why, of course he is.
Of course he is! Then why are you trying to scare me?
It could be said, however, that the real truth about the man is even more terrifying than your hypothesis.
What on earth do you mean by that?
Yeah, what do you mean by that? I mean, I know people say he uses black magic and all that, but I don't think that's true, right? Right?
I pressed the wrong button again.
No, it's not good. It's not good at all, Soseki. That means whether win or lose, you're just dead. Game over, man. Game over.
Ow.
As you are no doubt aware, in a British criminal trial, there is both a judge and a jury. The judge officiates based on the letters of the law, whilst the jury offers public opinion and common sense. It is an excellent system whereby the defendant's guilt is considered from several points of view. However, public opinion in particular is somewhat easily manipulated. Criminals and corrupt lawyers, for that matter, can use it to their advantage. By any means at their disposal, contriving evidence, calling impostors as witnesses, and so on. By such underhanded means, those who would want to are able to sway the jury. Which means that even in the light of irrefutable evidence, the prosecution can fail.
But it means the wrong verdict can be passed.
And sadly, is from time to time, my dear madam. It is simply the reality of the situation.
Yeah.
And that's alright?
Irrefutable evidence.
Sorry if I'm taking pauses, I'm eating. I'm hungry. However, those indirected by Lord Van Zeeks cannot escape justice. Their fate is sealed.
Oh my.
Though the education may see them leave the courtroom with their freedom, within months they all disappear. It is most striking. Disappear? But how?
Haha, well, looks at Ace Attorney One Edgeworth. Ah, don't say that, no! No! Don't say that, no!
How?
And by all manner of misfortune, sir. Perhaps they are trampled under a passing carriage, perhaps they fall into the Thames and drown. Perhaps they are suddenly overcome by a raging fever, or perhaps attacked by highwaymen.
Oh, no.
All examples of the reality of events here in London, I'm afraid, Mr. Nevi Hideo. Damn. That sucks.
I knew it. I'm a dead, done for, doomed!
Poor guy.
Look! Oh, the biggest bull! Thank you for subscribing! Oh my god! Ah! Hello! Hi! Enjoy those emotes and all that. Thank you! Thank you! Whoa! Yay! Enjoy the emotes. I hope you like them. Oh, thank you! I'm glad.
When you said accursed lodgings before, you were referring to your room at Mr. Garadev's house, I assume.
Do you mean to say you believe the place is cursed?
It's been a year now since I came to Great Britain, but I'd only been in London a week before I started to notice strange feelings in myself.
That didn't take long then.
Everywhere I looked, there were foreign faces staring at me, laughing behind my back. I was sure people were talking about me. I started to become nervous about going outside. They were always staring at me, all the time, from dawn till dusk. So I shut myself away in my room. But even that didn't help. The fear wouldn't go away.
You must have been very lonely, having been away from your homeland for such a long time.
I've had to move a number of times. Most recently to that room in Briar Road a week ago now.
Yes, why did you choose there? It seems a little inconvenient.
The rent is cheap. I have so little money, it appealed to me straight away. Of course, I asked why it was so affordable. The landlord just simpered and said, "The room is cursed." Oops! He quickly tried to cover his mistake, but it was too late, so I told him, "If you have something to say, then say it! But if not, don't mention it in the first place!"
Yes, well said.
But it was true. It was all true.
You mean, the room really is cursed then?
Ever since I moved in that windowless hellhole. My sleep has been plagued with nightmares. I awake feeling as though I've been choked to death. And in the waking hours, people are stabbed in front of me as I walk down the street. I'm branded a killer, thrown in prison. Nobody wants to know me. I'm surrounded by scary, sinister spirits! If only there was someone, just one person on my side. Can no one find it in his or her heart to believe in me? Really? No one at all?
To believe. Yes, to believe.
You just gotta believe!
Mr. Sholmes? Ah, me, Mr. Nevi Hideo. Pray, what can I do for you? It's about the case on the SS Buria, if you recall. The Buria. Ah, that case. The one with the snake. Well, yes. At the time, I was the suspect, but you believed in me and listened to my side of the story, and you helped us to investigate. I did I? Interesting.
It's our Naruhodo right policy. We have to stand for those who are alone. Yeah! Not only that, we're not just here to defend the client, we're here to discover the truth. That is our main goal. Ah, I dropped my fork! Ah!
What I want to know is why. Why did you believe me? I see. Yes, you mean... Because you were a grimly dressed, shady Eastern fellow found with the victim in a locked room? Well, if you like, yes. I'm a little surprised that the answer requires explanation, my dear fellow. It's quite simple, really. You said I didn't do it.
But I could have been lying!
Surely you must have had your doubts. You must have suspected me a little. I think perhaps you misunderstood. I neither recall believing in you, nor in that which you were telling me. What? You see, the only thing I believe in are those I choose to believe in.
What do you mean, Mr. Sholmes?
I make up my own mind about what is to be believed and what is not. If I should like to believe in something, I do. The circumstances can hang as far as I'm concerned.
But I could have betrayed your trust!
In that case, I should have made an elementary error of judgment. Nothing more. Betrayal of trust is an overused excuse, in my opinion. Meaning... whether or not one should trust another is in the final analysis. Down to oneself. It is a matter of whether or not one can trust oneself.
Yes, he's right! He's right! Locum student, Mr. Naruhodo Esquire!
Whether or not I can believe myself.
Just saying Sholmes would have gotten that Red Phoenix innocent.
A defense lawyer is...
I miss you so much. Please. Say it ain't so. Say it ain't so. What? Stop giving flashbacks of him. I get sad every time I see his sprite. Ugh. A defense lawyer is only as good as his faith in his client. I miss his long hard sword. Don't say that.
And that comes down to how much faith he has in himself.
You were so right, Kazuma.
So are we gonna help this man or not?
The game loves guilt tripping us with Kazuma. I know. I fucking know. Blech.
Well, my dear fellows, it is time we were leaving, I believe.
Already?
Visiting hours are over. The guard will be here shortly to escort us out. There is a restaurant near here that serves excellent trout. Would you care to join me?
Oh dear. There is never enough time, is there?
Mr. Natsume? If you'd like, in the trial tomorrow. I'd be happy to represent you.
Yay!
Locum student, Mr. Naruhodo Esquire.
As I said, I only experienced a British courtroom for the first time yesterday, and although the man I was representing was found not guilty, I lost sight of something crucial.
Something crucial?
What to believe in. The defendant, justice, or the truth. How to believe, even. But I think I've finally worked it out. I decided I must believe in myself above all else. To trust my instincts.
Yes, Mr. Naruhodo.
And my instincts are telling me that you, Mr. Natsume, are innocent of this crime. And it's imperative that we prove that in court.
Locum student, Mr. Naruhodo Esquire.
I will fight for your innocence until the bitter end, with every weapon available to me. So I hope you'll permit me to represent you tomorrow.
Him.
As I said when we first met, I'd like to entrust my fate to someone who will listen to me in my native tongue.
Of course, Mr. Natsume. It would be fair to say, Mr. Naruhideo, that your mind was in many ways made up from the outset. You merely needed the events of today to fully realize it.
Yes, I think you're right about that.
It's been a roundabout journey, but I got there in the end. Mrs. Sato,
Yes?
would you be willing to stand by my side tomorrow and help me in court?
Absolutely. As I said this morning, you may consider me your personal judicial assistant. Yay! Yeah!
The shocking events of yesterday's trial will still weigh heavily on my mind.
Sorry. I couldn't beat myself in time.
It's a big... But it's time to stop looking backwards. Kazuma believed in me, and Mr. Sholmes believes in me now too. So it's time. Time that I learned to believe in myself. Soseki-san has no one. He's all alone, so it's my job to help him. To fight his corner. Tomorrow. In the courtroom. With all the strength I can muster.
Woo!
Hey, to be continued. Oh, that was short. That was a short part.
Save your progress.
I'm guessing that means the trial is gonna be way longer.
Let us continue then.
Let me take a bite of this stick first. Well, I never expected this. Who'd have thought we'd be back here again so soon?
We are on a study tour of Great Britain with the intention of learning the country's legal practices. In order to research the latest court procedures here, we need as much court experience as possible.
Well, yes, I suppose that's true, but for the person in the dock, it may well be his or her only time in court, and it could be life-changing. Time for round 2 in the British court. Are we ready? Absolutely not. We don't have anything. We literally only have this piece of evidence. Oh, actually, we should examine this. Natsume, the sum of 2 shillings tendered in receipt of the picture of Monsieur Lecoq. A meal for Gabrielle? Canterbury Yearnings. We have met a lot of people, though. We have our client. We have good old Iris, Joanne, John, and Jones. In which case, treating it as research may seem a little crass.
Oh, when you put it like that, you're quite right.
Good morning! Is it Soseki? Yay, Soseki! Lecoq! Ah, Mr. Natsume, good morning.
Oh dear, are you alright? Your eyes are terribly bloodshot.
Poor guy. Oh my god, I can see it even. The early bird catches the worm, as they say here in Britain. Yes, I've heard that expression. But I really don't want to catch a worm. So I tried desperately not to wake up early, but I was so worried I couldn't catch a wink! And now I'm absolutely exhausted as a result. Do all literary people take things so literally?
Thank you for putting your faith in us today, Mr. Natsume.
I wish I had 9 lives! My whole future hangs in the balance! I'm too terrified to tremble! He says as he's trembling. Really? Because I can feel tremors in the floor.
I can't do this! I can't take it! What was that pose? Although, look on student, Mr. Naruhodo Esquire. Yes? I caught a glimpse of the public gallery as I walked by the courtroom. It looked like the opening night of the opera. There were so many people. I had no idea my case was such a notorious affair here in London.
Oh, neither did I. Do you know why that might be, Mr. Sato?
I'm sorry, Mr. Naruhodo, but I have no idea.
So that all-knowing look on your face is just coincidence then, is it?
Don't hide the truth from me! It's because of the Reaper, isn't it?
Lord Van Zeeks? Is that right, Mr. Sato?
I purchased as many different newspapers as I could find this morning, and yes, Lord Van Zeeks is on the front page of every one.
I knew it!
Sometime after the prosecutor was dubbed the Reaper of the Bailey, he stopped appearing in court, it seems. It's been several years now, in fact, until the day before yesterday.
Yes, Inspector Gregson told us something similar, didn't he? The trial 2 days ago marked Lord Van Zeeks' return to the courtroom after a very long hiatus. The trial of Magnus McGilded. Ugh, what a harrowing experience that was. It wasn't that bad. I would say, I'm gonna be super honest, like, they talk about, like, how some of these cases were, like, so frustrating and unbearable and, like, difficult. But I would say the only prosecutors that gave me, like, emotional damage when I first played the games were... and, like, difficulty on how to do some certain cases was Godot, and in some cases, Edgeworth. Franziska, not so much, because she, oddly enough, didn't really try to hide anything from me. She got flustered very easily, so she just went along with the things I said. Godot was a tough cookie, though. You know, Clavier too. Clavier was also very frustrating. Wait, is it Clavier or Christophe? Either way, it was one of the Gavins. What about the guy who got a heart attack? That guy who got a heart attack? A guy who got a heart attack? I don't think anyone got a heart attack. No, I don't know who you mean. When Edgeworth was the accused. Oh, you mean do you mean Von Karma? Like Manfred Von Karma? Well, I guess, but I don't think. Yeah, Manfred Von Karma. The thing is, I don't really think highly of him at all. It's so funny because the case like builds him up as to be like this really intimidating prosecutor who's never lost a case, but I didn't find him intimidating at all. I just found him really annoying. It's probably because you only deal with him for one case. Meanwhile, with all the other prosecutors, you deal with them for the entire game. To me, like, he was just a harder Winston Payne. Well, we wouldn't have realized, of course, having only just arrived in the country. Why is the Reaper back in the Bailey so soon? For what appears to be a mundane murder. Hey! The lady didn't die! And super nitpicky at that. Yeah, that's true. But he was also like... he's also guilty of his own crimes. I don't know. I didn't find him super intimidating. I just found him really annoying. The one prosecutor I really found intimidating was definitely Godot. And Franziska for, like, the first case, up until she started getting really flustered. Edgeworth? Maybe. Maybe Edgeworth. And... have you? And I can't remember if his name was Christophe or Clavier. I think it was Clavier. But Clavier was also pretty, like, difficult to deal with. Up until, like, he started getting cracks later on in the game. Mundane? Mundane? It's the most significant saga of the century to some of us!
Oh dear, I meant no offense, Mr. Natsume, but that is how the papers are describing it.
Well, lest we also forget the fact that it could spark an international incident. Obviously, the reappearance of this infamous prosecutor has caught people's attention. But there's another blatant similarity with the trial of 2 days ago.
Yes, I agree.
Locum student, Mr. Naruhodo Esquire. It's you!
Me? Well,
I suppose that's true. Both times, it is you who stands against this legendary prosecutor. It can only mean that you are friends with the Reaper! Please don't rub shoulders with death bringers.
I'm afraid that there's really only one other explanation. It can only be another example of Mr. Naruhodo and of your uncommon bad luck. Thanks for that.
Oh, this is just my luck. Why must I be represented by a man with such frail fortune? By the least lucky lawyer alive! Thanks. Well, let's not forget that it was you, Mr. Natsume, who asked me to represent you. Yes, it's true that I'm just a student new to London with little in the way of experience or skills or luck. But I promise you this, I will fight your corner until the bitter end. And I will believe in you, Mr. Natsume. Oh, benevolent locum student, Mr. Naruhodo Esquire.
You're not alone here with us, Mr. Natsume. Whatever happens, we will always be on your side.
Oh, benevolent non-locum assistant Miss Mikotoba Esquires. I am in your debt forever! I shall never forget this great kindness for as long as it... Mr. Natsume, counsel for the defense! It runs in the Naruhodo Wright family. The court session is about to begin. Kindly make your way into the courtroom at once. Oh, I wonder what the jury's gonna be like, because I imagine it's different every time. Alright then, Mr. Natsume, it's time. Let's go. Yes! This is it. My second appearance in a British courtroom. And my second trial against the Reaper. I hope you're watching over me, Kazuma. Because this time, I won't let my faith waver. I'll believe in my client to the last. Just like you believed in me. I believe I can do this. I'm ready for this fight.
Let's see them, the jury.
Oh, hey! Wait a minute! I see two familiar faces! In the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby declare this court to be in session. I now call upon the consuls for the prosecution and defense to declare their willingness to proceed. The prosecution is fully prepared, my lord. Hey, it's fucking Mr. I'm gonna throw wine all over the room. I'm gonna fucking slap my big ass feet on the table, Mr. Vampire looking motherfucker. The defense is ready, my lord. The Nipponese are a truly fascinating breed. Sorry, what? Lord Strongheart has told me all about you. That you are a student who arrived in London but 2 days ago. A mere amateur. Do you have a point? Being a compatriot, you feel compelled to try and help the accused, I suppose. Typical Nipponese arrogance.
Forgive me, but I do not believe arrogance in an appropriate description. Sato-san. After all, at our previous encounter, the defendant was found to be innocent.
Even though we didn't believe in him. Very true, and a most fascinating, if dark, trial as it was too.
The tragic conclusion came later, of course. Here's to the acquitted, and his unfortunate violent end.
Thank you, counsels. I see both sides on fine fettle.
We got a grandpa in place of grandma. Oh,
Now, ladies and gentlemen of the jury,
oh, we're not gonna see Mr. fucking lick my knife man anymore.
are you ready to carry out your duties here in court as impartial members of the public?
Hey, it's fair play. What are you? You're a jury. You're a juror now too.
You never know when you might be down on your luck, but I believe in fair play for everyone.
You sound disappointed.
I'm not disappointed.
Oh, she's cute.
Well, I must warn you, I'm rather more ruthless than I appear. Oh well, not me. What you see is what you guess. I'm a peace-loving fellow.
Hey,
I'm afraid so. I think it's quite possible that Moustache Fawn did the deed.
Come on, what are we waiting for? No doubt he did it anyway.
Sorry, didn't quite catch that.
so much.
No, I didn't like the knife man.
No.
Well, let us proceed. Your opening statement, if you please, Lord Van Zieks.
Very recently, Great Britain signed an alliance with the rising power in the Far East. The accused in the dock today is a student from that same land, a certain Mrs. Soseki Natsume. And while our country has extended this foreign student with the warmest of welcomes, regrettably, the kindness has not been returned. In fact, this student is accused of a most sinister act.
Ah! Of plunging a knife into the back of an innocent woman who was doing nothing but walking down the street.
A knife crime? I tell you from bitter experience, those are the worst bloody oath they are.
Just look at that sallow complexion and short stature. He's one of those dreadful Japanese.
Oh, okay. We're doing this now. Okay.
Come on then, let's get it over with. With me now, everyone. 1, 2, 3.
Sorry, didn't quite catch that.
Okay, so we're doing this now, I see. Alright, fair enough. Okay. We are dealing with white people, after all.
Racist ass British.
Pray forgive the discourtesy of smashing my hollow chalice here in this great chamber. Allow me to call the first witness to the stand.
Very well. Bailiff, lead the inspector in, please.
Are we gonna see Gregson? Are we gonna see Gregson? Yay, Gregson!
Your name and occupation, please.
Yes, sir. Tobias Gregson, Detective Inspector of Scotland Yard.
Would you please summarize the events of the case for the court, Inspector?
The victim is thought to be a young woman in her 20s by the name of Olive Green.
Nice name. Aw, shit. Here we go again.
I beg your pardon, Inspector. Thought to be?
Yes, having been stabbed in the back by an attacker knife, the victim fell unconscious. That was 3 days ago now, and she's been comatose ever since.
Oh, God. No, not Olive Garden.
What? So they don't even know who she is for sure?
Comatose, I see. But her life is not in danger.
Fortunately for the Eastern students, the charge will not be murder. Pray elaborate on the details, Inspector.
Sir, if I could ask everyone to look at this street map.
Poor Olive Garden. They stabbed the Olive Garden.
As I mentioned, the incident took place 3 days ago, at around 5 in the afternoon. It happened on the pavement running alongside Briar Road, a wide thoroughfare for horse-drawn vehicles. It had not long since stopped snowing as the victim, Miss Green, was walking down the street.
She's cute. I like her face. Does she have a profile now? Yes, Olive Green, the victim of the case who was found with a knife in her back. Luckily, the wound didn't prove fatal, but the woman remains unconscious in her hospital bed. Okay.
It had long since it stopped snowing as the victim, Miss Green, was walking down the street. Out of blue, she was approached from behind by the accused and stabbed in the back.
Hospital.
Yay! Woo, 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 woo! Yeah! We got the case filed.
What of the weapon that was used? Sir, I have that here. It was removed from the victim's back.
Ouch. That big thing is starting to make me scared to walk down the street now.
With a heavy blade like that, almost anybody would have been able to stab the poor woman.
Case solved.
Now then, what do we know about the motive? Money or valuables, I presume? From what we can tell by looking at the woman's possessions, it seems like she's a poor student herself. Not to imagine she would have anything much to worth pinching, my lord. I see. Well, in that case, are we looking at some deep-seated resentment towards the victim?
I'm afraid I couldn't say. Apart from visiting second-hand bookshops, the defendant, Mr. Natsume, doesn't appear to get out much. At this moment in time, we haven't been able to establish any sort of connection between him and the victim.
Yes!
Yes! If theft and grievance had been ruled out as the motive, what reason could Mr. Natsume possibly have had for stabbing the young woman? Yet you arrested the man in spite of that, in a totally unjustified and heavy-handed way!
Objection!
What? What?! What?! Why?! Why?! Why is this guy's problem?! He just threw the whole bottle!! Why?! Why?! Can you stop being extra for like 2 minutes? Please! What is your damage?! What the fuck?! He did say sorry, I guess! Pray forgive the discourtesy of flinging a freshly uncorked bottle into the public gallery. That could have hit someone! Wine is expensive! How much money did he throw away? Exactly! What the fuck?!
But your words have soured its hollow bouquet. For it is you, my learned friend, who is being heavy-handed here.
What?
Scotland Yard does not arrest people without good cause. That should be beyond question.
I don't know, man. You're all white. I'm kidding. I'm joking.
Inspector Gregson, the prosecution calls for your formal testimony. Explain to the court precisely why the constabulary came to arrest the Nipponese student.
Is that a fucking vampire? Yes, yes, I believe he's a vampire. They haven't said it yet, but I 100% believe he's a vampire. True.
Yes, sir. As I said, it was 5 o'clock in the afternoon when the incident occurred, and there was an unusually light fog.
I thought he said an any pony student. Bro hoof. Oh god, perish the thought.
Visibility was reasonably good, and there was no one else about but the victim and the accused. Out of the blue, the victim was stabbed from behind and subsequently collapsed on the pavement. The accused ran off, scattering his belongings all over the floor. Those being a number of old books he'd just bought. He was on his way from the bookshop, it seems. It was just a matter of working out who the books belonged to, and then we found the bloke to arrest him.
I find the defendant lacking to be 20% cooler, Your Honor. Yesterday I thought this game threw the word prostate at me, so... What?
Oh! Yes, my lord, I have a photograph here of the scene of the crime taken immediately after the incident.
Let's see. Oh, yeah, she's on the floor, alright.
I will take that photographic print as evidence, please, Inspector.
Okay. No, yeah, I imagine it didn't. But it's still funny that you saw that. Can we stop being racist for like five seconds, please?
You Nipponese are a spineless breed, too cowardly to admit defeat. Denying everything despite overwhelming evidence to the contrary. Well,
Forgive me, Lord Van Seeks, but the defendant is not denying everything, as he put it.
What are you doing, Mrs. Sato? Do go on.
Mr. Natsume has admitted to playing some part in the incident. Isn't that right, Mr. Naruhodo? Well, now you mention it. When we visited him in the prison yesterday, he did tell us what had all happened.
As I was walking along that accursed pavement, I could make out the sole silhouette of another ahead of me. A woman, wearing a green overcoat she was. And just as I went to overtake her, she suddenly let out a little scream and collapsed onto the cold, hard slabs of stone at my feet. I was terrified. I had to get away from there. So I ran as fast as my legs would carry me back to my accursed lodgings.
She looks like she would have made the Minecraft oof noise.
Oof.
Are you thinking the Minecraft oof noise or the Roblox oof noise? Because they both go oof, but they're different levels of oof. Because Roblox sounds like oof, while Minecraft is like oof.
A green overcoat.
Well, that's exactly what the woman in the print is wearing. Hey my, the photographic print in full color. What will the word come up with next?
A lot. The defendant has done nothing more than admit he fled the scene of a terrifying incident. That does not mean that he's guilty of a heinous crime of stabbing the woman in the back. There was nobody else there at the time, just the two of them, the victim and the accused. In other words, there is nobody else who could possibly have stabbed the woman. A fact that the accursed concedes.
Ugh. It seems this cross-examination could prove to be pivotal, counsel.
Oops, wrong button.
Proceed, please.
Okie dokie.
Yes, my lord. Nothing for it. I have to use this cross-examination to turn the tables here. This is our only chance.
Okie dokie, artichokey.
Press!
Hold it!
A light fog, you say?
Well, light for London. You could see the opposite side of the street for once. Not much farther of a dove.
That's light. That's light, is it?
Around these parts, yes. Not something I'd expect a Japanese fella like yourself to know, of course.
Sorry, I'm eating. I've read that London is famous for its fog, but in my country, people usually imagine that gives the city a rather beautiful appearance.
How quaint. Yes, well, it's not something else Londoners tend to romanticize, as I expect you can appreciate. I see. At this time of year, the fog causes a large number of accidents, especially when it's heavy. Sometimes, you can even see your own hand at the end of your own arm.
Indeed. The other day I was very nearly trampled by horses before I could see the carriage they were pulling.
Ugh. Sasato-san and I should definitely remember to stop, look, and listen.
However, on the day that concerns us, the fog was somewhat lighter than usual. A fact no doubt lamented by the accused.
Visibility, da-da-da-da.
How are you able to state that with any certainty?
Quite simply, my learned friend, because that is what the witnesses to this crime have told us.
I want to see the witnesses!
Yes, Inspector Gregson mentioned the witnesses yesterday, didn't he?
That's right. One of them is a policeman, I believe, from Scotland Yard.
That is correct, ma'am.
Slap. Little slap. Then we must hear their testimony.
The prosecution will of course call them to the stand should it be necessary.
But wait a minute! At 5 o'clock in the afternoon in the middle of winter, it would have been dark already. No matter how light the fog might have been, no one could have seen.
I'm unaware of the situation on your tiny island in the east. But here in the capital city of Great Britain, all main roads are illuminated by the night by gas streetlights.
Ah.
Which means we really need to hear those witnesses' statements.
From behind, you say.
That's right. As you can see from this printing.
No! Sorry.
And you say this poor woman, Miss Green, remains in a critical condition. Comatose, no less. I'm afraid so, my lord, yes. She's being treated by Bart's.
Eat pants. Just like Bart.
I was hopeful that she'd come round before the trial started, but I could take a statement, but it wasn't to be.
I guess a whole Charlie Brown adult dialogue.
Yes, that is indeed a pity. It would have been most illuminating to hear the victim's own account of events.
Luck is on your client's side, it seems.
Slap. On the contrary, my client has been exceedingly unlucky.
Your force of tone is seriously undermined by the disturbingly wide eyes, I'm afraid.
The accused ran off, scattered it up. Mr. Natsume's belongings? Mr. Natsume's belongings?
I think you'll find it's all in the photographic print of the crime scene.
The gentlest death slap you'll hear. I'm guessing they do the little slap when it's like he's unsure. It's like, that didn't come out right.
Yes, the 3 books on the floor. That's right, my lord. Second-hand books. They were irreparably damaged after falling in the snow, of course.
Oh no!
The accused could easily have carried all 3 books in one hand, which means his other hand would have been free to wield a knife, for example.
He's very clever, isn't he?
What do you mean?
He's made it extremely hard for you to assert that Mr. Natsume had his hands full with his books. he managed to close the one avenue of escape we might have had before we even knew it was there.
You mean to say that the defendant was holding his belongings as he thrust the knife into the woman's back?
That must be what happened, my lord, yes.
But then why would he drop everything? I need to, like, look at these thoroughly. Okay. Can I inspect the knife? Oh, it's broken.
Oh, look here, Mr. Naruhodo. Just at the tip. A small piece of the blade appears to be missing.
You're right. Well spotted, Mrs. Sato.
I wonder what could have happened to it.
Yes, you don't think it could still be lodged in the victim, do you? Oh dear! I do hope not. That sounds terribly painful. Let's hope not, yeah. Okay? Alright. Young woman rendered unconscious following a stab wound to the back. Can a stab wound cause comatosis? Stout build, early 20s, pavement of Briar Road, east side. Reporting officer Rolly Beat? The victim remains unconscious. Her name has gleaned from personal effects. Other details are unknown. Apart from the single stab wound and from the large knife, no other signs of injury were observed. The assailant was seen running away by the reporting officer and was successfully arrested the following day. Okay. Oh yeah, we looked at this already. This is the map. My thing. Oh. The lawyer's name is embroidered in the inside here. Look. Kazuma Sogi. This was his band, of course.
He had his heart set on this study tour in Great Britain.
I'm sure he would have found the truth he longed for here. But he lost his life before he even had a chance to see the place.
I have such a strong sense of his hopes and dreams when I look at this armband, though. Ugh. Why did I look at it?
Anyway.
Hold it!
The defendant apparently visits a second-hand bookshop on a daily basis.
Yes, so I understand. A shop full of old English literature.
I commend the accused on the lofty subject matter of his scholarly attention.
The bloke's room is stacked full of ceiling with those musty old books.
Can you tell us more about the bookshop in question? Please, Inspector.
Well, if I must, I'll have to ask you to look at the street map again, I'm afraid.
Now he's dead!
The closest second-hand bookshop to the accused's lodgings is this place here, Bourbon Books. A little place on the corner of Briar Road and Meerschaum Street. As it happens, the accused is currently living in lodgings on the other side of Briar Road on the opposite end, which means it doesn't take a genius to work out the route he would have taken home. Something like this.
Local maps information has been updated. Okay.
Yes, I concur with your conclusion, Inspector. The defendant would certainly have passed the scene of the crime on his way from that particular shop.
Mr. Naruhodo? I think that what the inspector just told us would turn out to be of vital importance.
I think so too. Yes, I agree. There must... Let me make sure something really quick. No. No. Yeah! They're different. Inspector Gregson, may I ask you a favor?
What?
Would you kindly add the name of the bookshop to your formal testimony, please? I believe it may be of vital importance.
Maybe?
Oh, well, you know, I mean, yes! It could be a very important clue.
Oh well, not that I can see it being of any greater significance, but please revise your testimony accordingly, Inspector. Yes, sir, my lord. Whatever you say.
Could the man be any more sardonic? What does sardonic mean? I don't know what that means.
Excuse me, sir, but, no.
Objection!
Objection.
If I could just stop you there, Inspector Gregson.
What is sunshine? I'm busy, man, you know.
This is a receipt that we found in Mr. Natsume's room. It was issued on the day of the incident and details the purchases of 3 second-hand books.
And you found that in the accused's room, did you?
Yes, but the point is not where the receipt was found, but the name of the shop printed on it.
Go on.
This receipt was issued from a bookshop called Your Books.
Your books? Y-O-R-E, I presume.
Yes, my lord. So Mr. Natsume did indeed purchase a number of books at a second-hand bookshop that day. However, the bookshop in question was not Bourbon Books.
What? Inspector, do you know of this other bookshop? Yes, sir. Your Books is another second-hand bookshop not far from Bourbon Books. It's just that, well, it's such a small place. I didn't think the accused would have known about it.
Objection!
But in fact, that is the bookshop which the defendant visited on the day in question. And this receipt proves it.
Objection!
Yes, for what difference it makes. Wherever the man purchased his musty tomes, it makes no difference in the final analysis.
Objection!
Wrong. I disagree. I mean, after all,
I have the street map here, if that might be of help.
Oh, yes, thank you. Have a look at this place. If the defendant had been returning from Bourbon Books, then yes, he would almost certainly have passed by the place where Miss Green was attacked. However, if we take into account the fact that he was actually at another bookshop, Your Books, it may very well turn out that he wouldn't have passed that location at all.
Could that be true?
My, it rather depends on where this other bookshop is, but I do declare it may be a possibility.
Is that right, Mr. Lawyer, sir? What you just said? Absolutely! It absolutely could be right. It means cynical or mocking. Grimly mocking or cynical. Okay. My books. Gregson looks like a dude Garfield's owner would know.
Inspector Gregson, where is this Your Books establishment? Well, obviously we looked into that. It turns out that Your Books is just on the next corner, Meerschaum Street, going east.
Ah, so he was there instead. And there you have it. As you can clearly see now, it really doesn't make a difference, though. Oh. My learned Nipponese friend is obviously in training to be a clown. The way he regales us with such witticisms. A clown. I can't believe we swapped out the snack of gumshoe for this British steak. Bro, he's got so many glasses. Hey, he's trying his best. I don't think Gregson is bad. I think he's good. He's no gumshoe, obviously, but he's not bad.
For your future career in the circus.
There he is. There it is. You're not a clown, you're the entire circus. You put that glass down now or I'll put it down for you. Do it, Susato. Do it. Fucking flip him. Do it. You can do it. Jump over the desk and just go over there and flip him. Flip him over. You absolute mad lad.
Didn't think I needed to spell it out, but here we go.
Oh, what? Who you? Sandy P, thank you for following. Hi. Welcome to the stream. I hope you enjoy your stay. Boop, boop, boop.
Van Zeek's I nearly threw hands with a 16-year-old.
If the
the accusers come known from your books instead of bourbon books. There's no doubt that he would still have passed the place where the victim was stabbed.
Love the vibe here. Oh, thank you.
Yeah, enjoy the mini vibes here. Just me doing very bad British accents.
Yes. What's up, Cam? What's up, gamer? What's up?
Thank you, Inspector.
Please throw it.
Cam! Thank you for the 5 gift subs. Oh my god. So I hope Elusive Higgsbosson, Medieval Dukemon, Emily Master Computer, Chance Kaiju, and Sandy P enjoy your subs. We're gonna hear that notification for a bit, I think. What the fuck? What the fuck? You mad? Thank you for the gift subs. I need to make a multiple notification thing at some point. Well, thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Put up a gift sub notif. I will. I'll do that at some point. I will keep doing this until you do.
Yeah. I hope you enjoy the sub and the emotes and all that. I hope you enjoy your stay, Sandy P. Enjoy the vibes here. We're all just silly here.
Also, the British people in this game are kind of racist, so I hate them.
Allow me to reiterate for my learned, if somewhat slow, Nipponese friend.
Oh my god, he crushed it!
Wherever the man purchases musty tomes, it makes no difference in the final analysis.
Look at the draw you just followed, and now you're subbed. Oh, I missed his scream.
As I suspected, you can't fool me, and I don't suggest you try.
I mean, yeah.
What you say? I've had enough of it now. Beg your pardon, terribly sorry, but would you mind repeating that?
Mr. Naruhodo, we mustn't give up. What do you mean? If the prosecution's assertion is correct, the members of the jury may very well decide that Mr. Natsume is guilty.
Ah! She's absolutely right.
We must consider the assertion just put forward by the prosecution very, very carefully. They claim Soseki-san must have passed the location of the incident on his way from your books, but...
That's chalice number 2 gone. Alright, I hope everyone's keeping track of the chalices. Let's raise an objection.
The assertion just made by the prosecution is fundamentally flawed.
Explain yourself, counsel.
Yes, my lord. You can see what I mean on this map.
When returning from your books to his lodgings, Mr. Natsume could have followed the route suggested by the prosecution. However, that isn't the only conceivable route to take between the two places.
Aha! Yeah.
If the defendant used these streets, look what happens. Bam! He arrives back at his lodgings without passing the location where the victim was attacked.
Objection!
Talking back to a clown is a fool's errand, of course. However, I feel compelled to point out that that route is what is commonly referred to as a long way around. On a cold winter's night, why would any man choose to take a longer route home?
So in this trial, we've had 2 chalices and 1 wine bottle utterly destroyed into pieces. That wine bottle could have landed on somebody, too. Close, but not as good as "you're not a clown, you're the entire circus." I don't think anything can beat that line.
The answer is extremely simple. He wouldn't, in other words. The accused took the obvious route back to his lodgings and is the obvious perpetrator of this crime.
Objection!
Aha! Yes, I got it! Obviously, we must ask the man himself. Ask Mr. Natsume which route he took home.
I have already informed the court of the accused's response to such questioning. He claims he has no recollection. Ha! That's right. As I said, the bloke seems to spend his time outside wandering aimlessly from A to B. That day was no exception. He says he doesn't remember where he was or which route he took home. I don't believe this! I thank you, my learned friend. Fuck you.
And suggest that we do not waste any more of the court's time by wandering aimlessly around this subject. Pray, what say you, insightful jurors?
I would like to see the other witnesses, please.
But even if that is the case, the defense still... Hold it?
I agree with Lord Van Zeeks. Wholeheartedly, and in every way.
What? I don't believe it. Does this mean...
We members of the jury are completely convinced now.
Oh boy.
Very well, in that case, I hereby call upon all members of the jury to present your findings to the court.
Guilty!
Oh, voice.
Guilty.
Guilty! Guilty!
Oh.
Guilty!
Oh.
Guilty!
I was way off on those two's voices. Oh boy.
It would appear the jury's leaning is unanimous.
No, we still can do the thing. The thing we did last trial. No! No! That's not appropriate! No! That's not appropriate!
To the insightful members of the jury, I applaud your brave resolve. You serve Queen and country admirably.
Mr. Naruhodo?
We can still do the thing, the examination thing, right?
No, not yet. This isn't over yet. I still have one last chance to sway the opinion of the jury.
Yes.
I have to tip the balance of the scales the other way. I have to turn this around. A turnabout, as they say. Somehow.
Those are the eyes of Clary, not yet willing to give up and die. So I presume you intend to wield your rights again in this trial? Rights to the defense written in antiquated British law that should have been buried long ago.
Fuck you. Call it antiquated if you will, but it's the defense's prerogative to carry out a summation examination if it so chooses. There it is. Summation examination. That's the thing.
Very well, counsel. In accordance to the letter of the law, we shall proceed with the summation examination. Are the members of the jury ready, Mr. Foreman? Of course we're ready. I'm all too familiar with the Nipponese whippersnapper and his uncle's refusal to throw in his alley.
Aren't the jurors supposed to be, like, completely unrelated? There's gonna be bias. Uncas.
You will each explain on what grounds you have determined the defendant to be guilty.
Okay, let's see.
Summation examination. Let's see. I have to adjust my voices for Joanne and the other guy.
For pity's sake, that little Nipponese already admitted it himself, didn't he?
If he said that a woman in green collapsed before his eyes, why, it can only have been the victim.
The man wouldn't have gone around the houses on his way back to the bookshop, not in winter.
So the poor woman was attacked from behind, was she? How dreadful.
I really don't care. Can't we just wrap this up now? I've got work to be doing.
Your books, yes. Nice shop, that. But urban books? No, not worth a visit.
I mean, there's already bias with all this racism going around. Yeah, true. True. You have a point. Despite all of them being strangers to each other,
With only minor exceptions, the reasons for finding the defendant guilty are all too clear.
When the stabbing occurred, the only two people on the scene were the victim and the accused. And the accused himself has admitted to seeing the victim in her green overcoat sink to the ground before his eyes.
Furthermore, we have heard from the inspector that the defendant then fled the scene. I must say, I would ample grounds to convict this man already.
Oh dear, even the judge appears convinced of Mr. Natsume's guilt now.
why did he have to run away like that? And how are we supposed to believe in some phantom attacker that nobody could see? This is impossible. How can I possibly make a case for the defense?
Mr. Naruhodo, this is no time for grumbling. If we want to force the trial to continue...
Yes, I know. I have to turn the tide. I must make the jurors change their minds. Well, 4 of them at least.
Exactly. We have no choice but to forge forward.
You have the floor, counsel. Begin your summation examination.
Yes, my lord. Bah! Cute. I just need to keep this trial going somehow. Whatever it takes. Come on, Ryunosuke. You can do it.
Okay, let's go.
Look at my boy. Look at my handsome son. I love him. For pity's sake, the little Nipponese already... Let's press. Excuse me, but... Aren't you...
Yes, that's right. I was in the witness stand myself just 2 days ago.
Yes, I had a feeling I knew your face. Or the sight of it, anyway. If I remember correctly, you're a banker, aren't you?
That's right. After the gold rush down under, I came back to London to work. And it was all going swimmingly until you started fossicking around. Bruce Fairplay was a man of repute.
Sorry?
Don't think I've forgotten how you treated me the other day. You had me and that other young hatter pegged as criminals.
Oh, well, you know, water under the bridge.
Now there's all sorts of rumors buzzing around, and the police have been badgering me non-stop.
If I could turn back the clock.
Well, anyway, I don't know about the hatter, but at least I'm in the clear now. And free to make up my own mind about who's guilty and who isn't.
Ah, thank goodness. Alright, maybe I might struggle to change this man's mind, given our awkward history.
Oh, Lola.
Super Doodle! Hi! Hello! Thank you for the raid! What were you streaming? I hope you had a good stream. Red alert, Toho 17.5 info soon? Oh baby! Yeah, we're doing good. Well, as good as we can be in court. Hello, hi! I hope everyone enjoys their stay here. We're playing Grace Ace Attorney. Play Jump King. Ooh, I've never played Jump King, but I've heard it can be very frustrating. So I hope you did have a great stream. Hello, hi. Yes, we are in court. We are struggling a little bit ourselves. Let's see what we can do here. Actually, let me take a sippy really quick. I stopped when I fell back to 0%. Oh no! Oh no! I'm so sorry. We are in case 4. We are defending a Japanese man named Soseki Natsume who is accused of stabbing a woman in the back. She's not dead, but she's comatose. Thank you, Cam. And the jury is convinced that he's guilty, so we're doing a summation examination to change their opinions. And we're kind of in an awkward state because one of the jurors is a witness from a previous case and he doesn't like us. Oh dear, I wonder what's become of Mr. First now. Also, this lady is racist.
Hold it!
I thought that was someone's little sister. Oh no!
That's one of my sound redeems. That's me screaming from a distance. Sorry if that spooked you. You're right. That at the time of the incident, the defendant admits to having seen someone wearing a green overcoat walking ahead of him.
Well, quite. That's precisely my point.
Clip. Oh,
Nani? Well, Lola.
oh, thank you for following, Superdoodle. Hi. Oh, thank you so much. I appreciate it.
To be fair, they were playing a character who is very small. Yeah, that's true. The story behind that sound redeem is I play D&D and I play a character who is very small and a little spunky, and I wanted to test my new microphone, so I just got up from like a distance and screamed really loud that to see how it sounded. I screamed it in character. And that's the history of jorts.
Clearly that someone wearing green was the victim. And clearly that funny little Nipponese man with the disturbing mustache is the culprit.
But let us not forget, madam, the defendant vehemently denies attacking the woman.
Why, of course he does. If he admits to stabbing her, his life is over. The man is obviously a liver-faced coward, honestly, claiming the woman simply collapsed before his eyes.
But if that's a lie, as you're suggesting, do you not think he would have concocted something more credible?
No, really. I really couldn't say. After all, you are foreign. Who's to say what goes through your funny little minds? Fuck you.
I could tell you what's going on through my funny little mind right now, but you wouldn't like it.
I do declare the man has already made the admission. He himself has stated that there was nobody else around. Surely the conclusion is obvious. No one else could possibly have committed this awful crime.
Ugh.
If no one else could have done it, the accused must be the man. Really, it couldn't be more simple.
Your argument is compelling in its simplicity, I must admit.
Oh my, you are too kind, my lord.
And then I said, make this a sound redeem while Car was in gunpoint, so they did. Yeah. That went well for her.
The man wouldn't have gone around the houses on his way back to the bookshop, not in winter.
Hold it!
But you can't deny that there are other routes Mr. Natsume could have taken back from your books.
Oh yes, like you drew on the map, you mean? What was it? Calabash Road or something?
Precisely. But it seems to me that what counts is whether that little Japanese fellow actually went that way or not. Well, yes, that's true.
And at that moment, there's no proof that shows he did, is there?
I love this OST, it's so great. Yes, I love the OST of this game. It's so good. I love it. It's so good. It's so good. I can't like stress how good it is. Well, yes, that's true as well.
And as I understand it, the accused himself doesn't remember which way he went, does he?
Well, yes, that's annoyingly true.
Winter nights are dark and cold, so the way I see it, you'd want to get home as quickly as possible.
Well, yes. Why is all this true?
So really, the only thing that makes sense is that he went home along Briar Road.
Ah! I'm supposed to be convincing you here.
I have given it a lot of thought, you know. I didn't just make up my mind on a whim that he did it. I mean, if there was some logical reason why he might have gone to Calabash Road, it would be different. I'd be happy to reconsider my position in that case. Honest, I would. A reason why Soseki-san might have taken the longer way home. Yes, a good reason. I don't imagine you'll be able to sway the man's opinion without one.
So the poor woman was attacked from behind, was she? How dreadful.
Hold it!
Whatever's the matter, young man?
You're the wife of Mr. Garudeb, aren't you? The landlord who rents Mr. Natsume his room?
The master's wife? Where do you get that? Where do you get your ideas, sir? I'm the maid! The maid! You understand?
She's keeping up that charade? Ugh, this is going to be awkward. Why didn't you mention this yesterday? That you'd That you've been selected for the jury in this trial, I mean?
Well, I was told not to mention it to anyone until the day of the trial, you see. It was in the letter I received. The instructions were very clear, so I'm afraid I had no choice.
I see. Anyway, Mr. Natsume, the defendant, takes lodging in your master's house, doesn't he?
That's right, he does. Although he's only been in a little over a week now.
And in that time, surely you must have taken stock of his character. Her jiggles, though. Yes, her face has jiggle physics, which I find very funny. Does Mr. Natsume look like the kind of man who would commit a crime such as this? To her, he does. Oh my goodness me, yes! He's just assault! What? Spending all his time in that dark and dingy room sporting that unscrupulous mustache. The man never speaks, and don't get me started on those shifty eyes. All the neighbors are talking about him.
I've heard them, you know. People think he must be building a bomb in there or something. Oh dear, poor Mr. Natsume. How could people say... I can't read. How could people say such things about him? He's just a harmless bookworm. Nothing more.
Well, you just called him a worm, so... Anyway, I'd better be careful about inviting this maid to speak. She said enough damning things already.
I really don't care. Can't we just wrap this up now? I've got work to be doing.
Hold it!
A man's life is on the line here, sir. This will take as long as it takes. Don't get clever with me now, son. My life's on the line too, and so is my family's. The likes of you wouldn't understand, but a laborer like me can afford to take time off. If I don't work, I don't eat, and neither do the wife and kids.
Oh, I see. That must be very hard. I go to the union every morning to find out what needs doing. If you're late and the work's taken, it's tough. This time of year, there's water and gas supply pipes bursting left and right and center. They're after cheap labor to get the roads dug up to fix it. It's a hard slog from dawn till dusk it is. So you were out digging up the roads on the day of the incident as well, were you? That's right. In fact, if I remember rightly, it was just around the corner from where it all happened. By that old bookshop, it was. What? Another coincidence? That's right. Meerschaum Street, it was. Meerschaum Street.
On the map, Mr. Naruhodo, there are only 3 named streets.
Juror number 5, I need you to add that information to your formal statement, please. What's the point in that? Can't we just get this business over with now? Please, sir, it's important. Fine, I'll do it then.
On the day it happened, I was digging up Meerschaum Street from dusk to dawn till dusk.
Hold it!
Okay? From where? So if I understand correctly, you're a day laborer and you were doing road maintenance that day? That's right. Like I said, you get a lot of burst gas and water pipes underground in the middle of winter. It's the only time of year fellas like me can actually make a job bob, like a few bob, and I'm missing out today! And when you say from dawn till dusk... Well, the work was to be completed within the day, see? No coaches or pedestrians can pass until it's happening. While it's happening. I wonder if I could trouble you, sir, to mark on this street map the exact location of the works you were carrying out? Give it here, then. Let me have a look. Right, let's see, then. There he is. We have our opening. We have our opening. There it is. That's how we do it. It was a tidy dig, I can tell you. We had to get through all the drifts of snow that had frozen solid. Aha! Exactly. We got our ticket. We have to remember this. And what sort of time did you finish the work? Well, we started in the morning, and we can't have finished before gone 6, I'd say. The snow had stopped coming down, and it was long past dark for sure. That means the road work was still going on when Miss Green was attacked at around 5 o'clock. Roadworks on Meerschaum Street, huh? That's important. That's very important.
Your books, yes, nice shop. But bourbon books? No, not worth a visit.
Hold it!
Sorry. Hold it, you say. Hold what?
No. What I said was hold it. What I wanted to ask was, do you visit your books often?
I like the old books they have in there, yes. I was read.
I'm trying to do a funny voice for this guy.
I enjoy reading them over a nice cup of old tea. That's my daily routine, you see. Same thing every day, including the day you're all talking about.
And at what time did you visit your books on the day in question?
Well, I was picking out books in there all afternoon, and it would have been just before 5 that I left. That's my daily routine, you see. Same thing every day, including the day you're all talking about.
Just before 5, you say? Exactly when the victim was attacked. Are you sure about the time?
Oh yes, no mistake there. I'll remember it well. I'm not about to forget that day in a hurry, not after that dreadful time I had.
What do you mean?
Well, I was walking down Calabash Road when I slipped into the ice and donked my head. It's always worse after the snow stopped falling. That's when it's most slippery. Knocked myself clean out, I did. I really thought my number was up.
Wait a minute. Let me get this straight. This happened on Calabash Road? Hold up. Over here. It happened here. Wait a second. The gears in my head are turning. This happened on Calabash Road?
That's right. I live in Corn Pop, you see? Heading down Calabash Road is the quickest way for me to get back from your books.
Juror number 6, I must insist that you add that information to your formal statement. It may very well be extremely significant.
Sorry. Extremely sick. No, I'm quite alright now.
It sends a shiver down my spine to hear the members of the jury so convinced of Mr. Natsume's guilt. But I can't help feeling that some of their opinions are rather subjective.
I agree. It's the irrelevance of what some of them are saying that sends a shiver down my spine. Still, at least some of their assertions don't actually incriminate Mr. Natsume of anything. That's something.
We must use that to our advantage, Mr. Naruhodo, cunningly.
Yes, you're right. Let's listen to what the jurors again carefully. And if any of their assertions are at odds, I'll pit them mercilessly against each other.
Yes, don't hold back. Pit them all against each other.
Alright, before that though, let me save really quick. Alright, first thing I want to pit is this with this.
Objection!
There we go. Those two statements are clearly at odds with one another.
At odds, counsel, explain yourself.
Please, don't point! It wasn't me, I swear! I just want to get this done and dusted! Well, juror number 3. Oh, Misa? What do you mean? Juror number 5's words just now are extremely significant. Let's take a moment to consider the implications of what's been said on our map of the local area. On the day in question, Mr. Natsume visited this bookshop to purchase a number of second-hand books. And on the same day, we now know that there was work being carried out on Meerschaum Street, making it impassable, which means that the defendants were at home could not have taken him along Meerschaum Street and down Briar Road.
Oh, yes, of course! What do you think, sir?
Well, yes, you can't argue with that, really, can you? We must have had a good 2 yards or more down the pavement. Every gentleman and gentlewoman that came along had to turn back and go the other way.
So, the only conclusion is this: that the defendant must have taken the longer route back to his lodgings. Yes, I suppose he must have. I suppose that must be right, eh? I'm glad they have some common sense. Juror number 3, you said the following: the man wouldn't have gone around the houses on his way back from the bookshop. But we see now that he had no choice. Yes! My lord, Mr. Judge, sir, if I may.
Yes.
I don't think in all good conscience that I can say that the man's guilty now. See? This guy's got a good head on his shoulders. He knows how to think. Yes, I'd like to see this trial continue so we can get to the bottom of what really happened. Yay! Good on ya! Yeehaw! What about you, sir?
Who? Me?
Well, alright then. If there's a hole in the prosecution's argument, it should be filled in. That's what I say. Ba-ba! Yeah! Yeah! Most reasonable Ace Attorney character I've ever seen. I know, right? Oh, well done, Mr. Naruhodo. That was wonderful. Well, we managed to change a couple of minds at least. It straightened our position somewhat. Yes, and it will prompt the other members of the jury to reconsider their stance as well. They'll be asking themselves if their current leanings are really right or not. Now, if you could just identify one more clue or discrepancy that should make them stop doubting Mr. Natsume, we might be able to tip the balance completely. Yes, that's exactly what we've got to do. Van Zeeks is looking to bring this trial to an early conclusion. That's what we have to prevent, by whatever means we have at our disposal. Genuinely, this judge is more reasonable than the judge from our current Ace Attorney timeline. Yeah! You're kind of right. Judge in the future. Well, that's good enough for me. Guilty! Honestly, he isn't out here being swayed by women from me.
Thank you, counsel. On with the summation examination, please.
Yes, my lord. I have to say not guilty at this point. Oh, whoops. So I have a theory. I have a theory. So now we know, or we can. It'd be safe to assume that Natsume went through this way, right? But he still claims that he saw someone fall in front of him, and it couldn't have been the victim because she was over here. But this guy, he's round, he's wearing a green coat, and he's just saying that he fell down in Calabash Road. I wonder what that could mean for our case. What does that make you think, chat? I get the feeling that we just got our ticket to Easy Street. And it all happened because this guy donked his head on the road. That's my theory anyway. So we have to pit this guy with somebody. So let's see if anyone says anything about the woman or about the road. I think it's this one. Okay. Okay, then let me... So, I'm not pulling everything out of my ass. Let me save, just in case. I'm sorry if I save, like, way too often. It's a habit of mine. Alright, so let's pit this lady, this bitch, with this old man.
Objection!
Yeah! There we go! Those two statements clearly show a flaw in the juror's reasoning.
A flaw? What are you talking about, counsel?
Well, juror number 2. Juror number 6. My, whatever do you mean, sir? I think perhaps the old man didn't hear you. Unbelievable. It's not like I was loud or anything. There is at least one fact of which we can be sure here. The bookshop receipt found in the defendant's room clearly indicates that on the day of the attack, he had been to your books and purchased a number of secondhand titles. He then returned home on foot.
But the man says he had no recollection of his return journey.
That's correct. But what he does remember is seeing someone appear in front of him on the way. Someone in a green overcoat who suddenly collapsed on the pavement before his eyes.
Yes, we are well aware of this. The poor young woman who was stabbed, obviously.
Objection.
Nah, bitch!
Can we really be sure of that, madam?
Why? Whatever do you mean?
I'm sure you heard juror number 6's account of what happened to him that day. That same afternoon, there was somebody else apart from the victim, who was wearing a green overcoat and who fell over on the icy streets in the neighborhood.
Oh my!
My goodness, you mean... That's right. I'm referring to, of course, to a hard of hearing juror number 6.
Are you really suggesting that the person in the green overcoat whom the defendant saw collapse in front of his eyes was the jolly old gentleman on the end of the bench here with me today?
That is entirely possible, yes. After all, the old man has a somewhat similar build to the victim.
Well, look at that. My goodness me. Sorry. You need to pee.
And crucially, we know precisely where the old man in the green overcoat fell.
On Calabash Road.
Therefore, if the person who Mr. Natsume saw collapsing in front of him was in fact juror number 6, it means the defendant must have taken the long route back to his lodgings. And if that's true, then clearly the crime scene on Briar Road where the woman was stabbed was not on his way home.
Oh my!
Ha ha ha! You need to pee? You idiot old man! If you hadn't been so daft as to roaming about there, we would have boxed this off hours ago! Yeah, but then an innocent man would have been fucking guilty, you moron!
Oh really? What were you thinking wearing such a befuddling coat?
What did you say to me? Is it a crime for the elderly to walk the streets these days, Is it a crime to slip over on the ice? Is it a crime to keep up with the latest styles and wear a beautiful green overcoat, is it?
My lord, I do hope it won't cause any inconvenience, but...
You'd like to change your leaning, I presume?
I do declare that I would. I should like to call for a verdict of not guilty.
Thank you.
I would too.
What?
Is it a crime to change your mind? Is it? Well...
Alright, go off, Grandpa. Yeah! If it's in our favor, then yeah, go off, sure. And there we go. Easy. Easy peasy.
Well, that summation examination has concluded with a rather large shift in opinion. The eyes 2, the nose 4. So the nose have it. Not guilty, they say. Which means we no longer have a consensus among the members of the jury. The trial will continue.
Objection!
Yeah, what's wrong, idiot? Let me have a bite of chicken. You're gonna throw your fucking chalice again? Or you're gonna crush it? That's 3! 3 chalices!
Could it seem churlish of me to drink from my hallowed chalice moments after raising an objection? Only to crush it in disgust. Pray forgive the discourtesy.
Lord Van Zeeks?
It seems I must retract my earlier remark.
What do you mean?
I mistakenly credited these jurors with intelligence by describing them as insightful.
Wow, I'm gonna punch him. I love this dude. Literally like, these jurors are so smart because they agree with me. They start to disagree with him because they see the flaw in his logic. Okay, never mind. They're all stupid. Only I'm right. Fuck you. Eh? Whatever do you mean?
Objection.
I haven't tricked anyone. Everything I've said is the truth. Indeed. Stalwart juror number 5 was undoubtedly repairing the road, as he claims. I believe you said it was a good 2 yards of the pavement which you have excavated, sir. That's right. It took me a whole day. They paid me a measly tuppence for it. Now, my learned Nipponese friend, tell me. Do you have any notions of the distance the 2 yards represent? Well, if I'm honest, I don't have a clue, no.
2 yards is... a little less than 2 meters.
Less than 2 meters? That's not much at all. But he just said people had to turn around! You fucking dumbass! The juror literally said they wouldn't let anyone pass by while they were working! Even if it was like a small little area, they wouldn't let anyone pass by! It doesn't matter! Fuck you! I hate you! Fuck you and your heels! Eh? Me? Well, I can't say you were wrong, no. What? And did you perchance erect a sign to prevent pedestrians from passing the site of your works? Eh, I wouldn't dream of it. What a waste of time. No coaches would have had the hope of passing anyway, and we must turn any gentlefolk back when they come. Yeah, see? He turned them all away! His point is kind of fruity. It is fruity! Kids just jump right over us all the time. The accused is no gentleman, as far as I can see. Fuck you! I have little doubt, however, that he could spring over a 2-yard trench with his minderings around town. Ah! Is that true? Is it? The incontrovertible truth is that the books just purchased from the accused were found at the scene. There can be no doubt on his way back on his lodgings, Mr. Natsume walked down Briar Road. Crushed in a single sentence. And, old man...
Cold man, you can talk.
You say that around 5 o'clock on the day in question you slipped and fell on Calabash Road. Pray, was there a suspicious-looking Nipponese friend behind you at the time? He couldn't fucking see anything!
I can't say I remember.
He can't fucking see anything because it was foggy! Fuck you!
You don't remember?
How about a wager, my learned friend? You say it was the old man who was accused, that the accused saw. I can't talk.
But I would lay 1,000 to 1 against you being able to prove it.
Ah! Order, order! Lord Van Zix, explain yourself!
My lord.
If you had such a trenchant argument up your sleeve, why in the world did you not prove it during the summation examination?
Because he's not allowed to, Your Honor. It's against the rules. I wanted to give this young fallen student the sightseeing experience he no doubt came for. I wanted him to see for himself how the opinion of the jury is so readily swayed. But my hospitality has its limits, and they have been reached, I feel. Fuck you. Fuck you and your cape. So, my learned friend, today's sightseeing tour of London is now over. What are you talking about? My lord. The prosecution requests permission to call its next witnesses to the stand. Yay! Finally, witnesses! Granted. Bailiff, bring forth the witnesses. It's next witnesses? Mr. Naruhodo, do you not remember? We've been told on several occasions that there were eyewitnesses to the incident. Yes, I remember. One of them being a Scotland Yard policeman, no less.
I'm afraid that it's likely that the prosecution's next witness.
Alright, no matter who Van Zeeks brings to the stand as his witness, and no matter what they say, I believe in Soseki-san. I know he's innocent. His bailiff whack his pee-pee! And I'll keep believing to the very end, until this battle is over. I wonder what you think of these witnesses? Well, one way to find out. I want to see them. Oh, they're cute! Witnesses, please state your names and occupations for the court. Is he asleep? They're all banged up. Are they like siblings? They got the same little lashes. Also, the girl is very cute. Oh.
Constable Roy beat, sir! Nothing to report on the streets, sir!
They look like babies. Oh, they're a couple? Oh, that's right! I forgot that they mentioned that the police officer, yeah, he had like a partner. Okay, my bad. I forgot that. I'm sorry. Oh, I love the little music. Oh, he's falling asleep again.
And I'm Mrs. Beat. Patricia's my name. I'm proud to say I'm this young town hero's wife.
Aww. Come on, buddy. You gotta wake up. What's the story here?
Well, in truth, we've not been married long. In fact, we celebrated our first anniversary only the other day.
So you've been married for a year? No, it was your husband I was asking about. He seems tired. Oddly surprised. Whilst being an honorable occupation, patrolling the beat is the most demanding work in the world. Oh, really? I'm sure I've heard that before, actually. Yeah, Gregson told us.
Indeed, apart from their days off, our gallant officers trudge some 20 miles a day, you know. They patrol boarding houses and pubs, collect taxes, survey the streets, check that meters are running true, and they're responsible for keeping the streets clean and lighting and extinguishing our streetlights.
There are a number of items on that list that don't sound much like policing duties at all.
I wouldn't just be falling asleep on my feet. I'd have collapsed long ago.
But it goes without saying that a policeman's primary duty is the apprehension of criminals. Even when he's off duty, a constable is expected to investigate and resolve any crimes on his beat. For the London Bobby is a man of honor.
Come on, guy. Wake up. And a man of slumber.
On the day in question, this man and his wife are walking down Briar Road in the opposite direction, and they witnessed the incident as it occurred. Is that not correct, Mr. and Mrs. Beat?
That's right, sir. Isn't it, Raleigh?
Constable Roller Beat, sir! Nothing to report on the street, sir!
What a great witness he's going to be.
Buddy, I know that hat wire is delicious, but it's very tasty. In fact, I'm gonna eat one myself.
I'd like to hear your formal testimonies now, please. You will tell the court exactly what you saw on the afternoon of the incident.
Yes, sir!
Oh. There he goes. Not as tasty as the carpet Joanne chewed on, though.
It was our wedding anniversary and Raleigh was taking me out for a meal. There was no time to change after work. Anyway, two silhouettes appeared out of the fog on the pavement in front of us. All of a sudden, one of them just collapsed on the floor, then the other scattered or something about before running off. We ran straight over, of course, and then went for help at the nearby police box. It was definitely that Japanese man in the dock. Rolly and I both saw him as clear as day.
How could you? It was foggy.
Well, that is extremely compelling testimony, I must say.
Oh dear. If this policeman and his wife are claiming to have positively identified Mr. Natsume at the scene. If their testimony is true, the alternative course of events that you established in the summation examination will be quashed.
It's death knell, in fact. Because that alternative was never viable in the first place.
Fuck you.
What an unfortunate bet be chancing. And on your wedding anniversary, too.
Oh, I know, but I still managed to go out for the evening with my man. I thank the Lord for that. Gosh, the life of a London Bobby sounds very hard indeed.
Indeed. However, this cross-examination will be over in minutes. You may well have time to rest this afternoon. What do you mean by that? My learned friend, the witnesses saw the face of the man fleeing the scene. They are testifying under oath that it was without doubt the accused, Mrs. Soseki Natsume. And one of these witnesses is a policeman, no less, so you appreciate the gravity of the situation, I'm sure. Except that the man's so tired, his wife has to do all the talking.
Enough preamble. Counsel, for the defense, commence your cross-examination, please.
Thank you, my lord.
Let's go.
Alright. So she does all the talking. It was our wedding anniversary and Rolly was taking me out for a meal. There was no time to change after work.
Hold it!
Okay. Ow! No time to change after work, you say? Are you also a member of the police, Mrs. Beat?
Oh no, sadly not. It's a job for strapping young men only. Women, children, and the elderly can't even apply.
Well, I think you can probably see why children and the elderly can't do the job, can you? Runosuke says equal rights.
I think Rolly looks ever so handsome in his uniform. It suits you down to the ground, doesn't it, darling?
What? I just finished my beat. Pat and I were heading down back to the station. I was actually planning on getting changed there.
Is he talking in his sleep? This is creepy.
Oh no, Rolly, I much prefer you in uniform.
Ah, so she's a woman who loves a man in uniform. I see. Can't say I disagree. Some uniforms are pretty dashing, I must admit.
Sometimes I don't recognize you when I see you in plain clothes.
You don't recognize him?
Oh dear, that doesn't seem healthy.
Oh no.
Kindly adhere to the point. You were going for a meal after you had finished your beat for the day, correct?
That's right, sir. Although I was fit to drop, to be honest. I had to spend all day on my feet. The policing is my life, sir. As long as I'm the proud owner of this, I'll serve my city and my queen to the end.
What's that now?
My warrant card, sir. Proof that I'm a London copper. It has to be noble founding principles of the force written on it as a reminder of the policemen of sworn to, sir. To patrol the streets of London town and uphold the peace of the common man. Sir! And for such a noble cause, I cover 20 miles every single day without fail and without grumble, sir. Because I know that the pulling on my boots is all Londoners need to hear to feel safe and secure.
So, fighting crime doesn't appear to come into it then?
But sir, just on that one particular day, I was looking forward to celebrate my wedding anniversary. Miss Beat put up with a lot being married to a bobby like me. I wanted to show my dear wife how much I care.
Aww.
Aww.
Who let this 8-year-old be a cop? Who let this 8-year-old get married?
Oh, Pat. Oh, Rolly.
Aww. They're kind of cute together.
Oh, what a charming couple. Their young love is such a joy to behold.
How old are they actually? Her big glitter eyes. Yeah. Alright. 23 and 21. Okay. A devoted London Bobby who witnessed the incident whilst walking down the street with his wife of a year, Patricia. Her big ooh eyes. He has glitter eyes too. Oh yeah, they do.
wife of Constable Rowley, who is a witness to the incident. She's relatively recently married and fiercely proud of her policeman husband. Okay. If a little over the top, perhaps.
Dun 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 dun. Dun 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 dun. Dun 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 dun.
And then kindly describe what happened next.
Anyway, two silhouettes appeared out of the fog and pavement in front of us.
Hold it!
Two silhouettes.
That's right. They were coming towards us, walking up Briar Road in the opposite direction. Ah! There was a rather plump figure followed by a scrawny, thin-looking man.
Ooh. Interesting art. I'm pretty sure that's a typo. I think they meant 3 and 1. Oh, I get you now.
That does sound exactly like the victim is pictured in the print, and like Mr. Natsume.
Yes, unfortunately it does. I'm sorry. I'm taking it a bit. I just really like this music.
And you're certain that at the time there was nobody else nearby?
Oh yes, quite certain. It was dark, but there were street lights on Briar Road, you see. Whoa! Whoa! Whoa, what? Sparkade13, thank you for following! I hope you enjoy your time in the stream. How are you doing? What? Oh, yes, that's right. Of course, there was a light fog on the ground. The Briar Road is dead straight, and you could see a fairly long way down to the pavement. And then there's the street lighting as well. I didn't see any other pedestrians.
Before sleep takes a firm hold, your answer, please, Mr. Beach. Are you quite sure of what you just said?
Yes, sir! As a copper who spends all day every day keeping watch on the streets, I'd swear to it, sir! I'm as sure as my life for Patricia is true. Oh, Pat. Oh, Raleigh.
Aww. They're still maintaining there was no one else around other than the victim and the attacker. I'm starting to seem like that must be how it really happened.
It's beginning to seem like there's nowhere to run.
Well, that didn't stop Mr. Natsume, did it? He fled the scene all too convincingly.
Thank you. I believe we have a reasonably clear idea of the situation just before the incident now. What happened in the crucial moments that followed?
All of a sudden, one of them just collapsed on the floor, then the other scattered something before running.
Hold it!
Scattered something. What do you mean by that?
Oh, well, I couldn't quite make out what it was at the time. But then, when we got closer, we realized what it was. Didn't we, darling?
What? Yes, that's right. It was some old books. I see. Old books.
Yes, sir! The culprit had dropped a number of them, all around where the victim lay on the pavement.
Indeed, as clearly pictured in this photographic print.
That rotten Japanese man did that rotten Japanese man did that when he did the deed.
Hold it!
Wow, okay, rude. Let's not forget that it remains to be established that the defendant was indeed the attacker.
But we saw him, and he was the man in the dock without question, sir.
The mustache, the hunchback, the cat-like eyes, the tout mouth, the stub nose,
Everything.
Any more insults you want to throw in?
That's right. He looked down at the poor defenseless woman with those terrifying, intense eyes, and then suddenly threw his books onto the pavement and ran away.
I see. This is tough. They seem as though they're telling the truth here. May I remind you, the court, that this ambiguous testimony comes from a policeman and his wife. Blah, blah, blah. Who fucking cares? They can lie anyway. Now please continue.
Yes!
Falls asleep.
Hold it!
Was it your husband who went to fetch help?
No, I went. I may not be a police officer myself, but I'm a proud wife of one after all. Isn't that right, my darling?
What?
Yes, that's right. I asked Mrs. B to go. I was off duty by that point. But Bobby's never truly off duty, of course, so I felt obliged to stay and guard the scene.
Very laudable, Mr. Beat. Preserving the scene of the crime is a task of considerable importance.
That's why I sent Patricia, you see? I told her where to find the right police box.
Forgive my ignorance, but what do you mean exactly by the right police box?
Depends on the crime's location, you see, as to who deals with it. Where the woman was stabbed wasn't actually on my beat. So I told Patricia the way to the police box for the beat the incident fell under so she could go and report it. I ran there as quickly as I could and asked for help from the Bobby on duty. There is nothing more potent than a young couple in love working together, you know.
And thanks to your swift response, the case was quickly resolved. The actions of two model citizens.
Oh, please, you're making us blush. Isn't he, darling? Yes, sir! What Patricia said, sir!
Let's move on, shall we?
It was definitely that Japanese man in the dock. Rolly and I both saw him as clear as day.
Hold it!
But surely you wouldn't have been able to see his face by the light of the gas street lamps, would you? Oh dear, oh god, oh god!
We absolutely could. Us Londoners have exceptional eyesight. I'll have you know.
Uh-huh, yeah. Is that true? Is that, you think so, huh? Right.
The light from the street lamps was more than enough. And my husband already told you that the fog was only light, didn't he?
Yes, what of the fog? We're famous for it across the globe, I believe, but it's an absolute menace for those of us who have to live with it, of course.
Oh, it is. When it's thick, you can't even see the hand at the end of your own arm.
I feel like I've heard that before. Yes, alright, I'll take your point. Now, could you stop shaking your husband about?
The constant fog makes our eyes very sharp, you see. That's why we can tell you for sure and certain that it was that little Japanese man we saw. Can't we, darling? What? Oh, yes. It was the accused, and no mistake. The mustache, the hunchback, the cat-like eyes, the tout mouth, the snub... No, unmistakable, sir!
As far as this couple's testimony is concerned, there can't be any question. It was Soseki-san they saw running away from the scene of the crime. So that's it then. So that's it, is it? That's their entire testimony?
What do you think, Mr. Naruhodo?
Well, I hate to admit it, but on hearing the testimony, it really does seem as though Mr. and Mrs. Beats saw what they saw. Mr. Natsume running away from the scene of Briar Road that day.
Yes, I feel the same.
So if that's true, where does it leave us?
The members of the jury are sure to call for a guilty verdict after this testimony.
Oh no! What do we do?
If Kazuma-sama were here,
What are you trying to say?
I think he would try to find a contradiction somewhere else within their testimony.
What do you mean, somewhere else?
Their statement about seeing Mr. Natsume is unequivocal. Calling it into question won't help. But what if you could testify some other part of their testimony, which appears to contradict the facts? You might be able to discredit them, to make the jury doubt if the pair's memory of the day is accurate. Oh, right. Put simply, we must focus on finding a discrepancy in these statements somewhere. If we don't, I'm afraid the trial may reach an early and unfavorable conclusion.
Why do I seem to be so up against it?
Mr. Lawyer, sir, can I ask you something?
What's up, girl? Oh, yes, of course. What is it?
Well, you keep asking us all these questions about everything we've told you, so... It seems like you don't believe our testimony. Is that right, is it? Well, out with it!
Oh my god, this little sprite animation. It's really cute. What? No. Oh, no, it's really not that at all.
My husband's a policeman, remember? And I know what I saw. I remember every last detail. Everything. I know. What about the books the man dropped? I could tell you the names of every single one I could. Every single one. And you dare to question how reliable my testimony is?
I don't think you'd know anything about... Never mind, I'm not saying that.
No, it won't do at all. That Japanese lawyer has no idea what I'm capable of. Even if I decide to forgive him for insulting us, don't think for a minute that Raleigh will.
I really didn't mean to cause offense. Please put your husband's fist down. Perhaps you would like the opportunity to supplement your testimony, Miss Beat. Might that appease you?
Oh, thank you, my lord. That would settle things nicely.
Maybe this might help.
Wouldn't it, darling?
This might help us. I could even tell you the names of the 4 books. 4? 4? Hold on. 4? Excuse you, madam. 4? Hold on. 4? 1, 2, 3. No, there's 3. You only bought 3. Either the book list or the crime scene photograph. I'm gonna say the book list. I saved, so it's fine.
Objection!
There we go. Epic. So, you're saying that there were 4 books.
That's right. I remember all of them.
Can you remember them by name?
The picture of Monsieur Somebody, What's It Yearnings, A Meal for Someone, and the Thing Gummy Something.
What? Monsieur Lecoq, A Meal for Gabriel, Canterbury Yearnings. Well, she's sort of right. But there's an extra book. I'm sorry, Mrs. Beat.
Oh no! What flaw?
Simply put, at the scene of the crime, there were only 3 books, not 4.
What?
This is the receipt from the bookshop where the defendant bought his books.
Your books?
Yes, and it details Mr. Natsume's purchases that day. But as you can see, only 3 books are listed.
Only 3? But no, that can't be! I remember seeing them! There were 4 books, I tell you! 4 dirty old books!
Oh really? Have a good look at this photographic print of the scene of the crime. As you can clearly see from this evidence as well, there were only 3 books.
But I just don't believe it.
She seems very convinced.
I saw them there! I swear it! I saw them!
Perhaps a book was taken? Like it was stolen, maybe? No, madam. I'm afraid your powers of observation cannot be relied upon. So it cannot be denied that though you say it was the defendant you saw, you could very well be mistaken.
No,
Objection!
Alright, see what he's gonna do. It's plainly evident that it is your powers of deduction that cannot be relied upon, my learned Nipponese friend. What? What cannot be denied is that these two witnesses saw the accused running from the scene. A fact that you know very well you have no hope of disproving. So you've striven up to avert attention from that by dint of some inconsequential discrepancies. Would that be fair? Ugh, he sees right through me. But your plan has somewhat recoiled against you. What are you talking about? It's quite simple. Let me explain with a toast. To the policeman's wife and her entirely accurate testimony in every respect.
Oh,
You see, the matter is not up for debate. At the scene of Briar Road, a total of 4 books were most definitely found. What the fuck? Why do you keep this information from everybody?
Objection!
But what about the photographic print? It only showed 3 books. Quite right. Only 3 can be seen in that print. That print. Oh, okay. That's 4. Allow me to present another, one that shows the victim's hand. The lion's... Hold on. Wait a minute. Hold on. Hold on a second. Hold on a second. Wait just a gosh darn minute. It's a little hard to see, but do you see what I'm seeing? The lion's pride. And look how it's like all burnt. Now where have we heard that before? Chalice number 4 gotten out, yeah. There's the other book in front of her. It's in her hand. It's the 4th book. This is very suspicious. Very suspect. As you were referred. The 4th book was hidden from view in the original print by the victim's torso. No. No! Ah.
order, order! There, you see? Look at that! Look!
Yes.
It's just like I said! Isn't it, my darling? Yes, sir! Patricia's always right, sir!
Let us study the receipt for the books purchased by the accused and the day in question. Miss Beat, the titles once again, if you please.
Oh, yes, of course. The picture of Monsieur somebody or other.
The picture of Monsieur Lecoq.
What's it, yearnings?
Canterbury Yearnings.
Meal for someone.
A meal for Gabriel, in fact. As the court has just heard, the witness remembers the book's titles flawlessly, save for a few minor details. Mrs. Beat's power of recollection can only be described as exceptional.
Did you hear that, Rolly? The gentleman paid me a compliment. Yes, sir! Flawless, sir! Patricia is flawless!
But there are only 3 books on the receipt, and Mrs. Beat mentioned 4! There's nothing surprising about that. Clearly the 4th book is what's shown in this photographic print. Yeah, but where did it come from, jackass? I'm sorry, counsel, but does that not seem odd? Why would the 4th be omitted from the receipt? It's not odd at all, my lord. As the photograph clearly shows, the 4th book was found on the victim's clutches. In other words, it belongs to the victim. Oh. The victim was holding her own book?
I wonder, what became of that 4th book?
Obviously wasn't overlooked by the investigating officers of Scotland Yard. I have it here as evidence. Okay, give it to me. Give it here. You will submit that and the aforementioned photographic print to the court, please, counsel. My pleasure, my lord. The second crime scene photograph, blah blah blah. Da 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 da. The prosecution rests. I have nothing further to add.
What?
You seem surprised, my learned friend. But your resistance until now has been in vain. Entertaining, yes, but futile. The spurious longer route that to the accused's lodgings that you tried to establish in your summation examination, and the attempted discrediting of the witness's powers of recollection in your cross-examination. Futile? I walked right into this, didn't I?
You see, everything we've said is true. Isn't that right, my darling?
Yes, Pat! Marry me, Pat!
You're already married. So, perhaps the ladies and gentlemen of the jury would like to reconsider their positions, should the court waste any more time on this knee-pony's travesty. Or is the decision you have to make all too apparent already? Oh boy.
He forgot their marriage.
Look at those burn marks. It's at this point a lawyer would be yelling at the screen like,
Why weren't we shown that before this court is busted?
yeah. Let me look at the... So, it's burnt. It's the lion's pride, and it's burnt. Yeah, there we go. There's the burn marks. Ooh, very detailed burn marks, too.
Let me see. It's a book entitled The Lion's Pride.
I'm afraid I don't know any English literature at all. So it wouldn't be something I've heard. Wait a minute. The Lion's Pride. That's strange. I think I've heard a book of that by that name before. And very recently, too. It's a title I recognize, too, Mr. Naruhodo. Wait.
Oh, look at this! The book has been badly burnt.
You're right. You'd never be able to read it in this state. Especially not the later pages.
What a terrible waste. Judging from the scorched edges of paper, I think the damage must have occurred very recently.
A book recently damaged by fire. Why does that raise a red flag to me?
Gee, I don't know. Maybe because fucking we learned the fucking fire and the fucking married couple.
Whatever. This trial has run its course.
Mr. Naruhodo, I'm afraid we're in a terrible precarious situation. Or position. I know, but if I fight back in the wrong way now, I could very well just make matters worse.
Think. What do I do now? Raise an objection.
Objection!
I'm not done yet.
No, my learned friend, it's over. That last cross-examination was your final chance to establish a credible defense, and you failed. The die has been cast. There is no more room for debate.
Well, it might be over as far as you're concerned, but... I can't think of what to say! Tsuyoda's like, no you! Sorry. Your Honor, I have an objection. I am very smart, and my meat is huge.
If I may, Lord Van Zeeks, it seems somewhat boorish to close down the debate at this point.
Your insignificant little eastern isle must be a lawless hole indeed. For lowly judicial assistants to have the audacity to intervene at a moment like this.
Oh!
I am, to my shame, still a very inexperienced lawyer. So you'll have to forgive me, but I consider my assistant's advice essential and her opinions invaluable.
Mr. Naruhodo!
One of this land's great guiding principles is tolerance, so the court will hear you, madam.
Go ahead, Mr. Sato. Please.
Very well. Pray, what insight can you give us?
What have we all overlooked in this matter that you see fit to pursue further?
Well, the court has been presented with new evidence, but only after the last cross-examination finished.
I see. And you believe that this new evidence warrants further examination, do you?
Mr. Naruhodo, what do you think? It's just possible that this new evidence might be the decisive proof we've been looking for. The judge is sure to ask the members of the jury to announce their leanings in a moment.
This fucking... How old is he? He's 32. This 32-year-old man can fucking kiss my ass. I hate him and his vampire-looking face. I'm gonna throw a wine glass right in his fucking jaw. Fuck him. I'm gonna beat him up. I'm gonna punch him in the dick.
And of course, he's sure to ask you to explain what the crucial piece of evidence is and why. So we must take this opportunity to examine the newly presented evidence as thoroughly as possible.
Yes, I understand. And thank you, Mrs. Sato. Sato-san has managed to win us one last chance here. I can't let it go to waste. The defense wishes to present evidence, my lord.
Very well. The defense may present one further piece of evidence. Evidence that apparently offers a profound insight into this case, and has hitherto been overlooked.
The fucking book.
Take that!
The evidence in question is what we can see from the newly presented photographic print of the crime scene. I mean, who knows, this game and the second might have us defending him. I just purposely let him be declared guilty. I'm sorry. It's just very, very, very hard for me to like characters like Zeke's. I'm sure later on he redeems himself, but for some reason I just can't bring myself to like the guy. Maybe it's the racism. It's probably the racism. It's very hard for me to like a character that has like racism in their personality. There's another Ace Attorney character that's a prosecutor that I also really dislike. And I don't remember why. I just remember really disliking him. And it's the prosecutor from the Professor Layton crossover. For some reason, I found myself really disliking the prosecutor of that game. Maybe it's because I found him really frustrating. Fourth book. Found in the victim's hand.
Objection!
Fair, fair. We have already discussed the fourth book at length. Other than it being in the victim's grasp at the time of the incident, no significance has been attached to it. Did you not see that it's fucking burnt? Pursuing the matter further would be a flagrant waste of the court's time, as you well know.
Yes, I'm afraid, counsel, I must concur with the prosecution on this matter. When I afforded you this opportunity, you led the court to believe that the evidence in question contained a hitherto undiscovered clue. So, this clue at once. Do I make myself clear?
Oh, yes, my lord. It's,
Mr. Naruhodo? I believe the prosecution is trying to avoid a thorough examination of the evidence. Which means you may very well be on the right track.
Yes, I think you might be right. You might know who I'm talking about? Yeah. It's the orange-haired knight dude from the Professor Layton crossover. I don't know why, I just really dislike him. Or at least I disliked him a lot during the game. But I don't remember why. I just found him really annoying.
So, counsel, precisely where is the vital clue on this case which this fourth book conceals?
The burn marks. What the fuck?
Got it!
got it!
I would ask the court to observe the back of the book in question.
The back? What do you... Good gracious! It's been burnt to a crisp.
I have an Ace Attorney character I really dislike. I know who it is, Cam. I know who it is. You don't have to say it. I know who it is. So we have to ask ourselves, why was the victim clutching what is clearly an unreadable book? It is undeniably an extremely unnatural thing for her to have been doing.
Objection!
Unnatural, you say? And what of it, my Nipponi's friend? Oh! Were I to concede the point, if it bears no relation to the case, there is nothing to discuss. So, should you wish to assert that this fire damage is some veiled clue as to what happened that day, pray do enlighten us all. What truth does this charred book hide? A charred book. There's just one possibility here, which I can't quite bring myself to rule out. It's an outside chance, certainly, but worth a try. Alright, I'll explain my theory.
Don't keep us waiting any longer, Counsel. Explain this theory of yours. What are you suggesting that you can ascertain from the fire damage the storyteller suffered?
Its owner. My lord, the burn on the back of this book reveals a startling truth about the book's owner.
I beg your pardon?
But we already know who the book belongs to. The victim was gripping it in her hand as she fell to the floor, after all. It's obviously hers.
The question of how this book came to be in the victim's hand has yet to be answered. However, as to the question of who the book really belongs to and where it's originated, the defense has very credible answers.
Good gracious! How can you possibly?
Very well, I'll play along with this futile attempt to delay your inevitable demise. But do remember, the members of the jury may well burn you if your little gamble goes awry. Look at this burn, Mark! This game theory council. Oh, it's Owl House Day? I'll have to watch it later.
So tell the court, who do you claim is the owner of this burnt book?
Joe Garrideb.
Take that!
The answer is that the book belongs to the couple who owned the house where the defendant had his lodgings. A certain Mr. and Mrs. Garrideb.
The landlords!
And whether this is some extraordinary coincidence or some kind of fate at work, I don't know. But of all the people in London, one of the 6 chosen for jury duty in this courtroom today is none other than Mrs. Garrideb herself.
Oh my goodness, me? I think you must be mistaken, sir. I'm not Mr. Garrideb's wife. I'm his maid.
Things would be so much easier if you would just drop the pretense. Alright then, how about a simple question for you? Have you ever seen this book in Mr. Garrideb's house?
I would never presume to know all the books he keeps, sir.
Objection!
This is outlandish behavior. This woman is the accused landlady, you say? You implicate this hard-working member of the public. You besmirch her without a shred of evidence. Your actions are unforgivable.
Objection!
This is not mere conjecture. The defense happens to know that on the day in question, at almost exactly the same time as the victim was stabbed on the pavement below, another incident was taking place in the room of the top floor of Mr. and Mrs. Garrideb's house.
Good lord! What sort of incident, counsel?
A fire, my lord.
Afraid so it was. Happened to be in the blink of an eye, you know.
How long are you? How much longer are you going, anyways? How much? I guess once I reach the 5-hour mark. Naruhodo. Wow, I don't know if this is a coincidence or like this is some kind of game with limited amount of models, but come on, Cam. This isn't fucking like this isn't the original Ace Attorney trilogy. They have enough money to make more models or more characters if need be. purposefully why she's selected as a juror. Didn't take long for the fire to spread. Of course, the Bali furniture started going up as well. Worst of it, I lost my favorite book called The Lion's Pride.
The Lion's Pride. By Jove, the very same title that's the subject in this debate. Oh dear me!
Objection!
This is risible. All you've told the court is that a book by the same name was involved in a fire. In which case, it would be reasonable to assume that it was burnt to ashes. And entirely unreasonable to infer that it magically removed itself from the scene of the crime.
Perhaps it would make more sense if I told you that the cause of the fire was marital discord. Without going into details, it appears that Mrs. Garadev was considerably enraged. Apparently, she continued to attack Mr. Garadev even amid the flames.
Oh, how awful! I can't imagine being so horrid to the one you love. Can you, Rolly? Absolutely not, sir! My petition would never raise a finger against me, sir!
And my favorite old novels in that case. But as soon as the fire got a hold of them, that was it. Whoosh, up in smoke. Then the wife started hurling things at me. There was I, backed up against the window under heavy enemy fire. Incendiary books incoming tense.
Incendiary books! Ah!
The man had his back up against the window, and he had burning books thrown at him. Goodness gracious, are you suggesting that the book was thrown through the window and landed coincidentally at the scene of the crime?
Objection!
No. A thorough investigation of the surrounding area was conducted the very evening of the incident, and there is no report of the Garadev's window pane being broken.
That's quite true. We also saw no sign of a broken glass when we visited the Garadev household. But it is not conceivable that the window was open at the time and...
Not even remotely! Let us not forget that the season and the chilling weather that accompanies it. No Londoner would ever leave a window open in the middle of winter.
I mean, there was a fucking fire! Like, what do you do in a fire? You open the window, no? To let the smoke out.
The defense postulate the scenario in all seriousness, counsel. That you earnestly claim that the book was found at the scene was a flaming projectile thrown by Mr. Garadev's wife.
I believe it's a possibility, my lord. That's quite enough. Eh?
Well, I hope that everyone can see you for what you are now, you little foreign trickster! You call yourself a lawyer. You're just a coward, a mean coward!
Really?
Claiming that our little tiff set the whole neighborhood alight. How honestly! Implying that I'm merely posing as a maid for appearance sake. How could you? It's nothing to do with this beastly case. Not any of it. All you've done is sully our family's name.
No, I assure you that was never my intention.
Dragging an upstanding citizen's name through the mud simply to divert attention from your failing defense.
She almost fucking wasn't trying to slap somebody.
You should box your ears, that's what you should. I should box your ears, that's what I should. It's utterly unforgivable. Too right.
Here we go.
How long have we have to sit here now, listening to this Nipponi spouting out his fancy foreign theories? But, thinking about it, at the end of the day, the only person who could possibly stab the victim is that little hunchback with the mustache. And he ran away from the scene too.
I do declare you're right.
It's true.
Yes! What did I tell you? Makes sense to me. Sorry. What's that? Oh boy, here we go again. Well, it would appear that the ladies and gentlemen of the jury are once again in full agreement. What is your position, Lord Van Zeeks?
Yeah, man, they would have suffocated from the smoke. Did you not open... Why is this case so frustrating?
In truth, my lord, I feel these have been unnecessarily protracted proceedings.
Is this where you thought you read the word prostate, Cam? But then one must also exercise patience in order to savor the best vintage. In truth, my lord penis.
No, wait!
Oh, whoa. In any...
Oh, not again! Bipolar Molar, thank you for following!
Do you dislike the wife a little more now? Yes, I do. I do. I do dislike her! What the fuck is with these people? Ah, what is this case? Bipolar Molar, thank you for following. I'm sorry you followed while I'm angry. Yeah, Maid isn't as cute now, huh? No, she's not. She may have a cute design, but I wanna slap her. It's so frustrating. Ah! So Seki, I'm sorry you have to go through this awful crowd. Leg! He's doing the leg thing again. Ah! Fuck you and your leg! I mean, to give Capcom credit, they're accurate to the time, probably. I guess! It's still frustrating, though. Oh, man. Oh, man. Oh, man. My goodness gracious. Golly gee willikers, man. Hi, your voices are so good. Thank you! Thank you! I'm sorry you caught me at a rant. I try my best. If the books are predilection, my learned friend, study them on your own time. Put your fucking leg down! What? No, forgive the discourtesy this time?
In that case, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you will now state your individual decisions regarding the defendant's culpability for the court to hear.
Guilty!
Okay.
Guilty.
Yep.
Guilty.
Yep.
Guilty.
Yep.
Guilty.
Yep.
Guilty.
Yep. Ah, here we go again. So Seki, I'm so sorry. These people are so insufferable.
Thank you for that unambiguous response. That's twice now. It's over.
Mr. Naruhodo, don't give up.
Miss Susato?
Have you forgotten? The battle isn't over yet. You're not suggesting... Of course, the defense has the right to another summation examination at this point. You could still convince the jurors to change their minds. You have one more chance.
My lord, the defense asked to exercise its right to a summation examination. You believe you still have tricks up your sleeve? I don't intend to trick anybody. I intend to uncover the truth. This is no time to be downcast. As long as there's a chance, I have to stay strong and determined. Well, time for another closing statement. Alright, another summation. Wow, a to be continued. Holy shit. Sholmes, can you save us, please? Please! Why can't Sholmes be in the trial? I miss my meow meow. I honestly find this case so anticlimactic. Oh man. I'm still holding out. But man. Sholmes isn't a lawyer. I miss my cum jar. I will say, also, that was a good place to stop. It was a good place to stop, but I wanna at least hit the 5-hour mark.
Have you considered the defense's counsel request for a further summation examination of the jury? I have determined that the court must uphold the defense's judicial right to this procedure.
My meow meow.
So, counsel, you will now proceed with your second summation examination. I presume the jury is ready, Mr. Foreman? We are, my lord. Very good. In that case, I must ask each of you now to state clearly and concisely for the court the ground on which you find the defendant guilty of this crime.
Summation examination. Let's see what these people have to say.
The accused left behind evidence at the scene, didn't he? Those 3 books of his.
If there was some novel alternative explanation about how the victim was stabbed, I might reconsider. Even if the woman was throwing books, it can't be related to this crime if the window was closed, can it? Dearie me, it was only a little book, hardly life-threatening, even with a direct hit. The house was on fire! Look, I just want to get this over with. If I don't bring home some pay tonight, I'll be in a tiny bit of trouble.
Come to think of it, we had a fire at home a while ago. It gave me the sneezes.
Sean's sitting at home. Why does the word conjure keep barging into my brain? Who is saying that about me?
Yes, considerably more tangible arguments from all members of the jury this time around, it seems. With one notable exception, of course. My learned student friend was unable to find fault in the previous witness' state testimony. So the court must accept the fact that it was indeed the accused seen fleeing from the scene. And moreover...
That's 5, I think.
No one else was even at the scene to commit the crime. Well, if the eyewitnesses are correct, it would seem as if the conclusion is somewhat set in stone. I fail to see how it can be argued any other way.
That means, I'm afraid, during this summation examination, it's essential that you establish some other tangible explanation for the facts.
But how? What would even constitute a tangible explanation here? Isn't it obvious? Who stabbed the woman, and how? Those 2 details are all you need to provide. Simply give us a name and method by which the attack was conducted. Chalice 5 gone. Yep.
And the hero is thinking this might be hard. Mr. Naruhodo, you have to do it, otherwise this really will be where the trial ends.
No pressure then.
Yunosuke, hang in there.
Oh boy, here we go. That's quite enough preamble. Proceed with the summation examination, please. I presume you are prepared, counsel?
Yes, my lord.
Alright, Yunosuke, focus your mind.
Double slap.
Clearly, the key to this summation examination is going to be juror number 4, the maid. Or should I say Mrs. Garadeb?
We have a book that disappeared from the Garadeb's house on the evening of the incident, and the 4th book found in the victim's hand.
There must be a way to link the 2. Anyways, that's what we have to find. Using every technique I've learned in my short career so far, whatever it takes.
Don't forget to keep an eye on Mrs. Garadeb and how she reacts, even to the things other people say.
Okay, let's go. Da-da-da.
Hold it!
But as we know now, there were 4 books, not 3.
Well, what difference does it make?
There's every possibility that the 4th book, in fact, belongs to the defendant's landlord.
Yes, that's the part I have a problem with.
Sorry?
Well, at the point the woman was stabbed, this landlord fellow was at home, wasn't he? Enjoying a fire scrap with his wife or something, you said.
That's not exactly how I'd put it, no.
Well, anyway, the point is, the fellow and his wife were somewhere else when it happened.
I think that's what you'd call a strong alibi.
So it couldn't have been the landlord who did it, which only leaves the Nipponese fellow. Honestly, I can't see what all this problem is about. It's a done deal, isn't it?
I suppose it is, since I've nothing witty to say. Eat your burgers, Ryunosuke. I mean, we're doing fine so far without any mistakes. That's true. We haven't really made a mistake. This is all going as the case's story.
Hold it!
So, you might be willing to change your decision, you mean?
Oh my, such delight on your face, but I'm afraid I shan't be swayed by emotion. Despite what you may think of me, I'm a very modern, metropolitan, and rational woman.
You're also racist. That's great.
Oh, my fucking watch! Ah! Hehe. Hi, Love Bug Ghost. Welcome. If one reads the morning papers, it's all forgotten by tea time, isn't it? So why read them in the first place? You see, modern, metropolitan, and rational thinking, wouldn't you say?
And not at all extreme.
As I see it, an overwhelmingly suspicious Japanese man has been implicated by overwhelmingly strong evidence. So despite one or two minor puzzlements, I do declare that the man is overwhelmingly guilty. Modern, metropolitan, and rational logic, wouldn't you say?
Overwhelmingly.
But as modern gals are always delighted to embrace new fads, you know. So I'd be only too happy to consider an exciting new theory if you could come up with one.
I'd be happy to do that too, if only I could.
Let's do our very best not to disappoint the modern and metropolitan young lady.
Right. I'm glad you omitted rational there.
That's great. Modernly bimbo. Hello, I just woke up 30 minutes ago.
Well, I hope you had a nice sleep.
That's great. Damn.
Hold it!
Hold it.
But what about the possibility that the window was open? What about it? I mean, there's just no way it could have been. How can you be so sure?
The prosecutor fellow over there said it earlier, didn't he? Winters in London are no joke.
You don't want to invite that sort of cold indoors.
So no, that window wasn't open. Us Londoners like sitting by the fire and staying warm, even when it's a fucking raging fire!
But you couldn't categorically state that the window wasn't open, could you?
It just wasn't. They wouldn't have opened it.
Then what's the point in even having windows, huh? Counsel, you will kindly refrain from childish bickering.
Sorry.
Somehow, I need to show there's an undeniable possibility that the window was open. Because this young man isn't going to budge otherwise.
Hold it!
But that little book was on fire at the time, was it not?
With flames of love, I'll have you know.
Uh-huh. There's really no such thing as a loving incendiary bomb.
Well, he brought it upon himself. It's playing with fire to betray a fiery love. Isn't it? Well, don't you agree?
Oh, well, any kind of betrayal is certainly a bad thing, yes. But I think the argument might have arisen out of your misunderstanding, Mrs. Garrideb.
Never you mind that. The point is we were just having a jovial little dispute. Nothing more. And I won't have any more of these suggestions that it was anything whatsoever to do with this crime.
Uh-huh. Right, well, we'll see about that. What about jury number 5? He doesn't seem to be turning a hair at Mrs. Garrideb's relentless onslaughts.
It's almost as though he's used to it. What a gentle soul he is.
Hold it!
You just want to get this over with? How can you sit there and say something like that? A man's future's at stake here. Well, him and me both then, like I said before. What? I told you already, I'm a day laborer, aren't I? If I don't bring home some breadies with me tonight, you'll find me floating face down in the Thames tomorrow morning. What? You heard me. My missus isn't one to mess about, you know? She can be fierce, believe you me. Are you saying that she hits you if you don't bring money? Another shining example of marital bliss, then. That's awful. A situation like this cropped up the other day. It was, well, Do you know, it's funny, but I can't quite remember. Sorry? It wasn't too frightening, that's the thing. I must have blocked... It was too frightening, that's the thing. I must have blocked it out. Jesus! Helpful.
I wonder if Mr. Beat will ever be dragged into Thames by his scarf.
Don't even go there, Mrs. Sato.
There must be some way to jog his memory about this.
Come to think of it, we had
Does that have anything to do with your decision about the defendant's culpability in this case?
Sorry, what's that? You'll have to speak up, lad.
That's why he takes the slaps with ease, probably. Could you tell us more about that fire?
It was last winter my grandchildren had baked me a lovely cake on my birthday.
Aw,
It had 75 candles on the top. It did. What a sight to behold it was.
that's a lot of candles. So that means he would be 76. Or 75. You put candles on a cake? Was it some kind of devil worship? Do they not put candles on cake in Japan?
Of course not. It was an angel cake to celebrate my birthday, obviously.
It seems that's a common custom here in Great Britain, Mr. Naruhodo.
Oh. Anyways, I mustered all my puff to blow him out. Only to have blown wrong somehow. The flames didn't go out. The candles went flying all over the room. The furniture caught and everything went up. The whole place filled with smoke.
Definitely sounds like devil worship to me. And by sneezes, I presume you mean a cold. But how did you catch a cold from a fire?
What a fiasco it was. The grandchildren, bless them, threw water over me as they tried to put out the flames. And then, because the whole room had filled with smoke, of course, we had to open all the windows to clear.
See, they had to open the fucking windows, like I said before!
The windows. Bright winter air rushed over me like the devil dancing on my grave, it did. I caught terrible cold from it. It put me in a hospital for a while. I won't forget that birthday in a hurry.
I knew it was devil worship all along. But something about this old man's story is playing on my mind for some reason. We need to demonstrate who, apart from Mr. Natsume, could have attacked the young woman on the street, as well as how he or she could have done it. Yes, but once again, the jurors' statements are full of personal prejudice. A lot of them seem convinced they're right, even in the face of logical arguments to the contrary. I think you're going to need to pit them against each other to force them to accept an alternative explanation. Yes. I don't necessarily need to find contradictions between their assertions, just a connection might do the trick. Alright, let's see what I can do. If anything stands out, I'll go in for a strike. I knew it was devil worship! Alright, I might have an idea, and I'll do that, and then I'll stop, and then I'll end the stream there, so... Let me save... The key is left behind, or is stab. Even if the woman was throwing books, it can't be related to crime, and the window was closed. Oh! Yusha-kun! Hi! Hello! Hi! Welcome to the stream! I hope you had fun on your stream. What were you playing? Hello, hi! What? Flippers PhD, thank you for following! Hello! Hi! Wow, hello! Just playing some silly rhythm games. Rhythm games are fun! I hope you were able to have fun and jam to those nice beats. Hi! Hello, everybody. Alright, let's see if I'm thinking correctly. Okay.
Objection!
Yeah, there we go. Those two jurors' statements clearly contradict one another.
They do? How exactly, counsel?
Don't point at me again! I told you it wasn't me!
What's that you say? Speak up, lad. Speak up!
Juror number 3. Do you see?
Me?
See what's that? Did you hear juror number 6's account on his birthday celebrations last year? It seems, despite being a Londoner, he once opened his windows in the middle of winter. Whoa! Hikage-kyun, thank you for following! Hi! I was 100% vibing. How are you liking this Ace Attorney? Oh, I've been loving it. Though I will say, this case is very frustrating. I haven't made any mistakes yet, but the witnesses and the jury and just the people in this case have been very, very frustrating. But we're getting there. We're getting to the bottom of this case little by little. Slowly but surely. We will solve this case.
Well, what? Ikan-san, thank you for following. Hi. Thank you so much for the follows, everybody. I really appreciate it. Ah.
Oh, yes, of course, because it was an emergency. I mean, obviously, if the room was filled with smoke from a fire, then you'd be mad not to open the...
Oh!
Exactly. On the day in question, at the time of the incident, there was a fire in the Gerideb household, and Mr. Gerideb had the following to say about it. The whole place filled with smoke.
Oh, my hat!
Yeah, you got something to say?
Excuse me.
Juror number 4, do you have something to say about that? Yeah, what is it? What is it? Mrs. Gerideb!
How dear me! What is the meaning of this? How dare you imply that I'm hiding who I really am?
It's imperative that you confirm something for the court. So please, it's time to drop the pretense now.
What is it?
When the fire started in your house that day, did you or your husband open the window?
What? I beg your pardon. What are you insinuating?
The room would have been thick with smoke after the carpet and bookcase caught fire as they did. In a situation like that, it's inconceivable that you wouldn't have opened the window.
And what if we did? Oh, all right then. Yes, you're right. My husband was frantically trying to open the window, which can't have been easy, since I continued to give him a justly deserved book battering.
Even though your house was on fire?
Oh, you never stop throwing until the anger subsides. It would be terribly bad for the nerves to do otherwise.
Of course. I should have realized.
That's a significant step forward, Mr. Naruhodo. You've managed to establish the window was open. We simply must have that added to Mrs. Gerideb's formal statement.
I'm mentioning, yes, the window was open at the time. I'd clean forgotten, but it's true.
Now, should I pit these two against each other, or should I... Actually, no. Let me press. Let me press first.
Hold it!
That's a lot of tea. It is a lot of tea. The fourth book found at the scene of the crime shows very obvious singeons of fire damage. Why do you say singeons? I mean science. I can't read. And the title of the book is The Lion's Pride. The same title, in fact, as the book that Mr. Gerideb told us he had been reading.
Oh, well, I really couldn't say.
On the day in question, did you or did you not throw at your husband the copy of The Lion's Pride that he had been reading?
I did. It was the first thing I could lay my hands on, so I hurled it straight at him. And now you come to mention it, yes. He was rather enjoying reading it, you're right.
Why did you not reveal this information to the court from the outset?
Because I couldn't, you insolent little man! I didn't remember! At times like that, you pick up and throw whatever you can lay your hands on, as you know.
I really don't.
I barely noticed I was throwing a book, much less...
Oh? What's up?
Excuse me.
What is it, juror number 5?
You know something? I've remembered what it was. That memory I blocked out. It was listening to what this granny was saying. Brought it all flooding back. Who are you calling a granny, you cheeky devil? I'm Mrs. Gerideb, or the maid, I'll have you know.
The man doesn't even flinch. Please tell me that's not because he's so used to being hit all the time. These poor guys, my god!
It was about 2 weeks ago now. I just got back home after work. Like, I put my hand in my pocket for the wages I just earned that day, and I nearly died. There was a hole. Every last penny had dropped out.
Oh no! Oh dear, what a disaster!
You haven't heard the half of it, boy.
Oh?
The wife was cutting up some chicken on that night, at the time. I could hardly get the words out, but I told her straight, I've lost a day's wages, love.
Next thing I knew, the blade was listening past my ear! Stuck into the wall next to me, it did. About an inch deep. Jesus! No words, just terror. Same here!
I could smell it then, you know, and caught off a stench of the flames. I was sure I was going to end up face down in the muddy banks that night, I can tell you. Now, that's a real disaster, isn't it?
I'll never use the word lightly again.
Anyway, the point I'm trying to make is this. When women lose their rag, they'll throw anything at you. Knives, hatchets, hammers, you name it.
Mr. Naruhodo, you mustn't think that all women are so short-tempered and unrefined. No, I wasn't thinking that. Throwing household objects at people is, well, it's so uncivilized. At least attack with honor, using a bow or the like. Huh? Attack? Who are you going to attack? Never mind. Anyway, this man's words could be rather significant, I think.
Alright. We'll come back to the bow and arrow thing later if I dare.
Okay, I think I see what I have to do. I think I have an idea of what to do. So first, let's do this. Actually, I should press him.
Hold it!
Your wife really threw a kitchen knife at you?
That's right. She was chopping meat with it. Had a tidy edge on it, believe me. Still, it's all memories, isn't it? It started with that smile she threw. That smile she threw me when we were caught. And since then, the list of things she's thrown at me has grown along with our relationship. There was a cup, and a glass, and a pot, a kettle, a chair, a wardrobe, a cooker, a bathtub.
Jesus Christ! I'm sorry, a bathtub? Your wife must be even beefier than you.
And things came to a head last week when she threw me right into the Thames. Still, she's not so bad when she's calmed down. She's a little sweetheart, really.
I'm so happy for you.
If you want to know what I think this whole idea of ladies first that we're so obsessed with in this country was thought up by some clever lads who've been tossed in the Thames a few too many times by their wives.
That's a very interesting theory. What a terrible thought. On the face of it, this juror's statement just sounds like a really extreme anecdote. But I think it might turn out to be an extremely powerful weapon. A weapon I might be able to use to make the jurors accept an alternative explanation here. Okay, I think I know what to do. Okay, so let's save. Alright. So first, we put these two together.
Objection!
Okay, or maybe not. Maybe I was wrong. Those two statements clearly contradict each other.
Hold it!
Hold it.
Sorry, but as a foreman of the jury, I have to object. That's complete nonsense. I'm a banker, don't forget. An educated man. And there's no contradiction as far as I can see. Quite so, Mr. Foreman.
Well, that's the first mistake we've done so far. I wonder, am I supposed to press everything again, like the other time? I did save, so let me see.
Objection!
There we go. Those two statements clearly have a deeply significant connection.
Good grief.
You mean they don't contradict each other? Explain, counsel, at once. Juror number 2, do you think perhaps that this could be one such novel alternative? Oh, my, whatever do you mean? An alternative explanation as to how the victim was stabbed in the back.
Yeet! What are you talking about?
We've demonstrated that the 4th book, The Lion's Pride, that was found at the scene of the crime, originated in Mr. Garrideb's room on the top floor of his house. Therefore, it's equally possible that some other object besides the book could have found its way from the Garrideb household to the street below.
Eh? What's that now?
After all, Mrs. Garrideb could have thrown any number of different objects at her husband. Isn't that right, juror number 4?
What are you insinuating now, you little beanpole?
I'm beginning to think that ever since the true origins of this book came to light, perhaps she had a feeling that this might be what happened.
Now you sit here, you Eastern Gala. As the foreman of this jury, I demand a straight answer. You give us this yarn about some object making its way out of the house, but what was it?
I'm really taking a big gamble here. That was a bold accusation to make, but I haven't any real evidence to back it up. Like a knife? But I'm certain that at the very least, this warrants further investigation. Alright, Mr. Foreman, I'll try to explain the defense's theory. The other object that found its way from the Garrideb household to the scene of the crime was... the jackknife, perhaps?
Take that!
Juror number 4, Mrs. Garrideb.
What now?
I must apologize in advance for this. But I need you to confirm something else for the court. This knife. Have you ever seen this knife before?
Good lord, counsel, what on earth are you doing? That's the weapon that was launched in the victim's back, man!
Well, let her answer the question. My lord, remember that when the victim was attacked, Mr. and Mrs. Garrideb were in the throes of an argument. Mrs. Garrideb was hurling anything she could at her husband, who'd been backed up against the window. A window that had been opened to clear the smoke, and through which a book sailed and landed at the crime scene.
You can't seriously believe that! That book was found in the victim's grasp!
Are you saying that it flew out the window and across the street and landed neatly in her hand?
Huh? Even my missus hasn't gotten in like that!
Yes, I admit, there are many details we don't yet understand. But that's the point. That's precisely why we must not allow this trial to end. Not right now. Who am I? Mrs. Garrideb, your answer, please. Have you seen this knife before or not? Uh-oh. 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 Uh-oh.
My lord!
I wish to change my decision. Oh, I'm a woman of my word, after all. Thank you, madam.
Yes, I agree. I certainly didn't see this coming, but... I just don't think it would be right for this trial to come to an end now with so many unanswered questions.
Mr. Foreman!
I have to agree. Not that I think the granny did it, mind.
Yes, you know what? I'm not quite happy about this at the moment either.
All together now, ladies and gents.
Oh, the old man is not convinced though. We did it. Oh, congratulations, Mr. Naruhodo!
So, as a result of the defense's summation examination, a number of jurors' leanings have changed. 2 jurors called guilty, against 4 now calling innocent. Accordingly, the opinion of this court is divided. And this trial will continue.
And now Mr. Lord Baron Von Zeeks is gonna be like, no, fuck you.
Now then, Lord Van Zieks, how does the prosecution wish to proceed?
Please throw the chalice. Do it, you slut. Come on, do it! This trial is rapidly descending into a farce. Come on, you motherfucker. Come on! Do it! You know you want to! Like a corked wine, the first few sips are bitter enough. Piss! There it is! 6! We got 6 chalices thrown now! But what follows is so repugnant, it's good for nothing save the gutter.
If I may, Lord Van Zieks, the defense has just put forward a credible alternative explanation for what happened.
Credible? Is that your considered opinion, Mr. Foreman? The defense's argument is a joke to which I barely know how to respond, but let me start by insisting. Chalice 6, no doubt, that you must all familiarize yourselves better with relative positions of those places being discussed. What do you mean by that? What's his angle this time? It should already be more apparent that between the crime scene and the Garridev household runs a rather wide street, Briar Road. Which means that the distance from the Garridev's house to the scene is 15 yards. Bottle 2 incoming?
Let me see, 15 yards. That's around 14 meters.
14 meters? Oh, that's a little farther than I'd imagined. And, as you ladies and gentlemen of the jury rightly noted, and having portent to a significance, the 4th book was found in the victim's clutches. In other words, the smoldering book, wantonly hurled by the lady of the house, travelled some 15 yards, to land on the opposite side of the road, neatly between the victim's collapsed finger and thumb. Is that your final conclusion, my learned and deluded friend? And did the jackknife follow a near-identical trajectory to plunge into the middle of the victim's back? I can't read. This fantasy is somewhat stretching to notion of having a bad day for the victim, I think. Even those pathetic serialized detective stories have more believable plots. Ah! There's nothing I can say to that.
That prosecutor loves the sound of his own voice. Mr. Sato, serialized detective stories are pathetic, are they? How dare he?
Maybe let's pick our battles here.
My lord, might I be allowed to speak?
As judicial assistant, you may speak for the defense. Yes, go ahead.
The prosecution is stupid and dumb, and he's stupid, and he's dumb, and I hate him. And his dick is very small. The defense rests. The prosecution may consider the idea fantasy, but what the defense has postulated was believable enough to persuade the jury to change its leaning. And he's smelly. And as such, the court has a duty to explore this alternative explanation as thoroughly as possible.
He reeks, my lord.
To that end. Juror number 4, Mrs. Joanne Garridev, must be called to testify and submit to cross-examination.
Ayy, my lord, League of Legends.
Saints alive! A cross-examination of a juror? Order! 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 Well, this is highly irregular. It is unprecedented for a member of the jury to be summoned to the witness stand.
Objection!
There he goes, bottle number 2. And unnecessary. He keeps breaking bottles and cups and banging his leg on the table. He must be compensating for something.
Lord Van Zieks?
There are already witnesses in the stand whose testimony the defense may further cross-examine. If my learned friend's theory has any truth in it, then both a burning book and a jackknife must have flown through the sky before this couple's eyes. And we must assume they would be able to testify accordingly.
What say you, witnesses?
Raleigh Beats purported for duty, sir!
Ah. Well, good morning, officer.
Sorry for dozing until now. Sir! I haven't slept for a month on account of a villain who's appeared on my beat, sir! Oh, they are so heroic, these London bobbies.
Patricia, my darling, I've been neglecting you, but no more.
Oh, Raleigh, my hero, you make me swoon!
Something tells you that blonde couple has something to do with this. You think so? I don't know.
Very well, I hereby rejected the defense's request
Oh,
and order the witnesses in the stand to testify again.
But we didn't hear Garadeb's answer. Does she recognize the knife or not? Because if she does, then fucking...
State forthwith before the court any details pertaining to defense's alternative explanation of events.
yes, sir!
They're British, they must be evil.
This case has nothing to do with Mr. and Mrs. Garadeb. Believe me, a London bobby is good for his word. You see, sir, the windows on the top floor of the Garadeb's house are top-hinge casements. Casements? Obviously, if anything had been thrown out of the window, we would have seen it. I did leave the scene to go fetch help, but my trusty Raleigh was there to make sure nothing was disturbed. Oh, I didn't take my eyes off the crime scene for a moment. Sir! Nothing strange to report on the front, sir!
Well, this is quite startling. Top-hinge casement windows.
That detail was not in the police report, Constable.
Yes, sorry about that. Must have been a little drowsy.
You cannot excuse your sins with drowsiness every time, Constable.
No, sir!
I'm sorry, but... what exactly is a top-hinge casement window? I don't know that either. And you cannot excuse your ignorance with such trite remarks, my learned friend.
He's doing the fingy thing.
Of course, sorry.
I found it, Mr. Naruhodo. Cast your mind back to the window in Mr. and Mrs. Garadeb's room.
Alright, I'll try.
So the window opens in order to allow air to circulate inside the house. Ah! But as it's a top-hinge casement window, it swings open along the upper edge, you see.
He's been here for 2 days.
I'm glad you've rectified your ignorance. A casement window's most prominent feature is its stay, a metal bar, which prevents the window from being opened beyond a certain amount.
It prevents it opening?
This is all news to me.
Absolutely correct, sir! In other words, if a book or knife were to have been thrown through the open window, it would have clattered against the pane, and fallen straight down to the pavement below.
No.
You see the problem then? Good. Your education in windows is complete. There was never any possibility for either the book or the knife traveling 15 yards over the road. That is, unless the window pane had been shattered, something we've discounted already.
That can't...
Be! Did you see that, Raleigh? That young Japanese man collapsed in agony!
Ah, yes, my darling. I saw it. I saw how he crumpled before me.
Oh, Raleigh, you're so strong!
How is this happening? I haven't even started the cross-examination yet. My argument's been destroyed. Counsel, if you could drag yourself upright again, the court awaits your cross-examination. My lord. Oh, good. Another desperate situation. Oh, boy. 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 This case. Ah! This case. What is with this case?
Dear God. Alright,
as much as I want to continue, I believe I should stop here because we have been streaming for 5 hours and 30 minutes. So let's save and continue this another time. This is actually a good opportunity for me to say, I won't be streaming all of next week because I'm going to be dealing with some family issues. Oops, sorry. But yes, I won't be streaming next week, like at all next week, because I'm going to be dealing with some family stuff. But the week after I'll be back to streaming, so no worries there. Okay, good night. Before anyone goes though, I want to see if maybe there's anyone available to raid. Let's see. Let's see. If no one else has any suggestions, I have 3 possible raid options, which would be fun to watch. There's, we have Mackenzie playing Mario and Luigi Superstar Saga, Demon Queen Vivi playing Darkwood, Dottie Dog playing Breath of the Wild, and Captain Q playing some Yoshi's Cookie. Actually, no, playing Bump and Jump. My bad. Raid me. Well, sure, if you streamed, I would. No problem. Thank you so much for stopping by. Thank you everyone for all the raids, the follows, the subscriptions. Oh my god, it means so much to me. Thank you so much. Let's see. Let's see for how long these folks have been streaming for, so I don't catch them at a bad time. Ooh, you're so sweet. You're so sweet, Doka. I carry you. I guess we'll raid, you know what? Let's raid Dottie, since Breath of the Wild is a fun game. It's a very fun game. So, hold on. And as for a raid message, I don't know. I guess what I would suggest for a raid message message is British. So if you're subscribed or not, then just this message British. No problem. Thank you so much for stopping by in the raid, Yusha. I really appreciate it. It means so much to me. So this will be the raid message, British. And go say and say hi to Dottie. What's all this then? Thank you so much, everybody. Thank you. I know I'm saying it so much, but it truly means the world to me. And I'll see you all next time. Goodbye. Goodbye.